It's 6 o'clock.
Okay, thank you. Good evening and welcome to the City of Petaluma regular meeting of the City Council Petaluma Community Development Successor Agency meeting for Monday, June 6th, 2022. Roll call.
Barrett,
Here.
Barnacle,
Here.
Fisher,
Here.
Healy,
Here.
King,
Here.
McDonald, Kosake.
Here.
Let the record reflect, Councilmember McDonald is absent. All other members are present.
Okay, thank you. And we are going to go into closed session and I will ask our city attorney to talk about that item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Oops. I guess that's coming through okay. The council will confer with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. The case is Miller versus City of Petaluma, Workers' Compensation Appeals Board case number 587241, pursuant to California Government Code Section 54956.9, subdivision A. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will ask our clerk if we have received any public announcements.
Madam Mayor, no public comment on the closed session item.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I will ask our moderator to let us know if about public comment on this item at this time.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. At this time, we have 2 attendees, and I would invite the attendees to raise their hands if they have any public comment. Anyone who is in the office who has public comment on this item on closed session, please bring up the cards right now. And I do not see anyone on Zoom who has their hand raised. Let me just check to see if we have any cards for this item. It's on closed session.
Okay, so
Madam Mayor, thank you. There's no public comment.
okay, there's no public comment on this item. And so with that, we will recess to closed session and we will be back in public at this meeting at 6:30 or when the closed session item ends, whichever comes later.
Good afternoon, Patrick. This is Maria, the interpreter. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Maria. Thank you.
How are you doing?
Good. We have a council in session right now. So anything urgent I can do for you, I'll be adding you as the interpreter once we resume the session.
Okay. And also Monica will be joining in a few minutes.
Excellent. Thank you.
Patrick, and do you want us to give the instructions to the people in Spanish as to how to do the English and the Spanish channel, or?
Yes, right after the mayor will be reading that right after we open the open session, and then you'll go right after, and then I'll put you into the interpretation.
So you just let us know when to give the instructions?
Yeah, right after the mayor gives the instructions in English, we'll turn it over to you.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you.
Patrick, this is Dennis. Great to hear your voice again.
Thank you, Councilmember Posake. It's good to be back.
Madam Mayor, at 6:30.
Thank you and good evening and welcome to the City of Petaluma regular meeting of the City Council and the Petaluma Community Development Successor Agency for Monday, June 6th. We have just returned from closed session and I would like to introduce Monica Aparicio and Maria Galvez to provide information for those who want to listen in Spanish.
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. I am going to now give some instructions for the people who would like to access the Spanish channel. Buenas tardes a todos. Para aquellas personas que quieran escuchar esta reunión en español, si están utilizando una computadora, por favor, busquen en su pantalla a mano izquierda un globo, van a presionar el globo, van a elegir interpretación de idiomas y luego van a elegir el canal español. Para aquellas personas que estén en un teléfono, también a la mano derecha de la pantalla del teléfono van a ver 3 puntos o la palabra más, van a presionar los 3 puntos o la palabra más, luego van a elegir interpretación de idiomas y escogen el canal en español. Gracias.
Thank you very much. And now we will have the roll call.
Barrett,
Present.
Barnacle,
Here.
Fisher,
Here.
Healy,
Here.
King,
Here.
McDonald,
Here.
Kosake.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you. And will you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? And now we'll have a moment of silence. Thank you. I want to remind the public in attendance this evening to submit speaker cards in Dropbox if they wish to speak. Those wishing to speak during general public comment need to submit their speaker card in the box prior to the start of general public comment. Those attending virtually can raise their hand in Zoom when instructed to do so. And now we will have our proclamations. And tonight's proclamation is for Juneteenth. And the president of 100 Black Men of Sonoma County, Arthur Cheney, is here to receive the proclamation. And I will read it and Councilmember Healy will bring it down to you. Thank you. Juneteenth, June 19th, 2022. Whereas President Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation on January 1st, 1863, declaring the slaves in Confederate territory free, paving the way for the passing of the 13th Amendment, which formally abolished slavery in the United States of America. And whereas word about the signing of the Emancipation Proclamation was delayed some 2.5 years to June 19th, 1865, in reaching authorities and African Americans in the South and Southwestern United States. And whereas Emancipation Day observations are held on different days in different states in the South and Southwest and in other parts of the nation, and whereas June 19th has a special meaning to African Americans and is called Juneteenth, combining the words of June and 19th, and has been celebrated by the African American community for over 150 years. And whereas Juneteenth marks our country's second Independence Day, and its historical legacy shows the value of never giving up hope in uncertain times. And now therefore be it resolved that I, Teresa Barrett, Mayor of Petaluma, along with members of the Petaluma City Council, do hereby declare the June 19th, 2022 as Juneteenth in the city of Petaluma, California, and urge all residents to become more aware of the significance of this celebration in African-American history and in the heritage of our nation and city. Thank you. Mr. Cheney?
Thank you. On behalf of the 100 Black Sonoma County, we thank all of you for this historic event. As we know, Petaluma being one of the oldest cities in the state, we appreciate being part of your history, and we'll cherish this. And again, thank you very much. Much appreciated for the acknowledgement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we're going on to agenda changes and deletions to the current agenda only. And I would just like to point out that the ordinance that was provided for item 16 and that the report and that the report out of closed session was inadvertently left off the agenda, but will take place next. So report out of closed session, City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There's no action to report tonight.
Thank you. And now we will go to general public comment. And during general public, okay, so I will ask our moderator to go forward.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. During general public comment, the public is invited to make comments on items of public interest that are within the City Council's subject matter. I'm going to go ahead and start the timer. If you are, let's see. Okay, if you are joining via Zoom, please raise your hand. At the end of that time, we will count the number of hands raised via Zoom and the people in person who have given a comment card and determine the length of speaking for those comments. As a reminder, please be respectful and let's see here. Madam Mayor, at this time, we have 16 people attending via Zoom, 17, and we have 3 hands raised.
So we have 3 hands on Zoom and nine here in the chamber. So that is over. So that's 2 minutes per person to speak. So if you could adjust the timer for that, I will ask the clerk if she has received any general public comments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, we received 1 general public comment prior to the meeting, which is posted with the agenda packet online.
Okay, thank you very much. So with that, we have the 2 minutes, and I will start with the people in the chamber. So Catherine Brabowski.
And as a reminder, for those in person, the mayor will say the speaker's name and then the next speaker.
Oh, I'm
And
sorry.
if you'd like
Thank you.
to sit behind the speaker,
Thank
then
you for the
that'll
reminder.
help speed things along.
Thank you for that reminder. So Catherine Brabowski will be followed by Peter Cherneff.
Yes, my name's Catherine Rossi. I live at the Lewis Mobile Park at 1821 Lake Highway. Yesterday, all morning, all afternoon, and all evening, there was a guy riding a motorcycle and motorbike, no helmet, with a kid, a small child on his lap. That's child endangerment. Nobody did anything about that. And also too, we got vehicles parked, on Perry Lane in the red zone and fire lanes. That's also illegal. And also too, the Petaluma transit buses, they're not running regularly. They're always late. They stop early all the time. And that's like the couple of them that were supposed to run till like 8 o'clock. They stop at 6:25 or 2:30 in the afternoon all the time. And they're always late. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter Cherneff, followed by Karen Hungerford. And there's a seat up here for people to sit in order to speed it up while we're here in the council chambers. Peter?
Thank you, Mayor, for pronouncing my name correctly and everybody having a beautiful day. I'm here to talk about the Emerald Gourmet Gardens of Petaluma. Luther Burbank started here. Yes, he was the big kahuna. I'm seeing 40 bounty gardens. Now I'm wondering how is it that where Luther Burbank started, there's one Petaluma bounty garden and 7 Monsanto mega stores. It's time for the youth to stand up to show the city councils that we need to start going in the direction of gardens and having beautiful gardens everywhere. What I see at the fairgrounds, I see what I've seen at Half Moon Bay, an amazing hydroponic salad floating gardens. We got General Hydroponics. It would be beautiful. If you've never been down there, check it out. I see permaculture exhibits. I see a blueprint of the 14-acre South Los Angeles urban gardens. I see blue container gardens. I see so many new things with hundreds and hundreds of new gardens for all of us. At the old sewage plant down there by the homeless shelter, I see that being turned into an oil extracted from algae technology for Petaluma city fleets. It's old technology. It's being used around the country and would work very well here. So the power is with us, for I am believing as I am knowing to what is real, to seal the deal, for all to heal, with gardens glowing, with Steiner vitality and flavor. Mother Earth, we gots to save her. Abiding Almighty Spirit, as we do hear it. The power is with us. It's in our heart. Let it go. Let it flow. It's time for California's youth to be the show and to support them by city councils and law enforcement, which is a beautiful, beautiful thing here in Petaluma. And I have no idea how much time I got left. 7 seconds. What can I say? I wish you all a most beautiful, beautiful day.
Thank you. Karen Hungerford, followed by John Hanania.
Hi. I don't know if I'm close enough. Am I good? I'm not used to public speaking.
Closer.
How is this? Is this? Okay, so I'm here with Peter. And I'm here to support Peter's position on these issues. And as he mentioned, this down by the Mary Isaac Center, they could be reconverting the algae-bearing usable extracted oil for Petaluma city fleet vehicles. Now, apparently, that's being done in other places, and sounds like a good idea to do it here also. So pay attention to that. And the other issue that we talked about it, they say that the Petaluma River keepers and the Petaluma River people are planning to bring Robert Kennedy to Petaluma to address water issues with Brock Dolmer. And I don't know much about this, but I'm from the 70s, and I lived through all of that, and some of you did too, when all the Kennedys were being shot and killed, and the country was so upset. And in those days, we really paid attention to the Kennedys and what happened to the Kennedys. We admired them and we loved them, and we were sad when they all got killed. Now, I think it's surprising that people are not paying more attention in today's world to what Robert Kennedy is doing. And one of the things that Robert Kennedy is doing is
Your time is over, so we have to go on to the next person. Thank you. And John Hanania is followed by Amy Malaise.
I'm started or not yet. This is a very nice picture of you, Teresa, but I wonder if you did the litmus test before you did this, because my question to you is exactly your exact word. What is your leadership in this town? You have done a horrible job as a mayor. When did the last time you called any of the supervisors for anything concerning the city? The one thing different between you or any of you and David Rabbit is no matter what the subject is, he still picks up the phone. He still listens. I just met with him for over an hour. And to my understanding, you have never once called him, once. So shame on you for that when you're trying to smear him, when you don't do your job, trying to find out what the city needs and contact him. Okay, second, this is so outdated. How many vice mayor you have? Because it's got the wrong name. How many fire chief you have? And when I brought it to your assistant city manager last time, I showed him the book. That's what they said in American language here in the United States. Thank you very much, Mr. Captain Obvious. You know, if I tell him, you guys, we are in the middle of the year. These people haven't been here for years, or not years, months, and you haven't updated. Why is that? I understand now you start working on your directory. And by the way, you know, I don't understand why is it that you deprive the people of their rights? You've done that time and time and time again, and you very rudely interrupted people. I, for one, I will call you on it. You can call all the cops you want. Ken Savano's not going to scare me. None of his staff is going to scare me. I'll stand up to you and stand up to any of you when it's right. Thank you very much. Have a
Thank you. Amy Malays, followed by Heather Jennings.
My name is Amy Malays. I am a Petaluma resident, a longtime SRJC employee, and a member of Moms Demand Action. I am also a parent. My son was a rising kindergarten student in Petaluma City Schools when Sandy Hook happened. At that time, I was determined to do everything I could to prevent such a tragedy from happening again, and I joined Moms Demand Action. And now in 2020, here we are. Heather Jennings and I spoke on these same issues 6 months ago at a Petaluma Planning Commission meeting, and we need action on these items now more than ever. As of November 2021, Petaluma's implementing zoning ordinance establishes no specific standards, regulations, or definitions for gun stores or sales of firearms. I am asking the council to support measures taken by such local towns as Windsor and Healdsburg to close loopholes that affect public safety where firearm sales are concerned. The city of Healdsburg amended their zoning code in 2018 to provide clearer definitions of types of uses that allow gun sales and to restrict firearm sales to zoning districts that explicitly list those areas as appropriate for firearm sales. They also prohibit firearm businesses from operating within 500 feet of churches, schools, parks, or other similar locations. In addition, the amendments enforce safety and security measures by requiring oversight to the police department and the fire department. The city of Windsor included similar amendments as well as limiting the display of semi-automatic firearms in any window display or store, making sales of those weapons by appointment only, and also prohibiting the sale of firearms within 500 feet of places of worship, schools, preschools, parks, and libraries. For the record, Petaluma has dozens of gun retail establishments within a short distance of schools and our library. I am asking the council to support changes to our ordinances to clearly define which businesses are allowed gun sales, prevent those businesses from operating within close proximity of schools, parks, and other defined areas, and ensuring oversight by our police and fire departments. Thank you.
Thank you. Heather Jennings, followed by Megan Atea. I'm sorry if I got that wrong.
Good evening. My name is Heather Jennings, and I'm a community advocate for gun violence prevention and a local leader for the group Moms Demand Action. I'm actually supposed to be at my son's baseball awards night right now at Petaluma High School, but I'm here, and I'm here for him, and I'm here for my son who goes to Cherry Valley Elementary, and I'm here for my husband who's been an educator for 25 years. I know that right now is a tender moment. We are once again collectively shocked, this time by the recent shooting in Uvalde, Texas, that so closely followed the tragedy in Buffalo. Many of you attended a student-led protest in the aftermath to show your support, so I know you understand the gravity of this issue. This is what brings me here tonight, to implore you, to beg you to do something locally. You, the elected officials of our city, can take meaningful action that can prevent a tragedy like this from happening here. A safe storage ordinance for the city of Petaluma requiring gun owners to store their firearms locked in a safe, separate from ammunition, or disabled by a trigger lock stands to prevent a tragedy like Uvalde from happening here. Whilst California's strict gun laws would have prevented the shooter in Texas from purchasing his firearms, it's far more common for shooters to acquire unsecured weapons from the home, especially in a state like this that prohibits owning firearms before the age of 21. The fact is, half of all school shootings are carried out by current or recent graduates, with weapons found unsecured in the home. The typical school shooting, and it's horrible to say typical, takes place at a suburban or rural, wealthier, low minority school. This is Petaluma. These shootings are not typically, shootings are typically school targeted, and such shootings are most often fatal. I implore you to take action.
Thank you. Megan Attia.
Hi, my name is Megan Attia, and I'm also a parent with a young daughter in the Petaluma City Schools. I joined Moms Demand Action right after Sandy Hook, and it pains me that we're still continuing to have these conversations and that we're not taking the steps to protect our children and teachers and all the people that work in schools. It's such a simple thing to require people to store their guns safely, separately from the ammunition, so that kids can't get to them and they can't be used to harm other people. And we're just, as you know, we're just tired of it, and it has to stop. So it's one small step that we can take here in the city of Petaluma to make sure that a young person who's confused or needs, help doesn't have access to a firearm and can make such a terrible, terrible mistake. And my friends already talked about it so eloquently. I think you understand the issue here, but it would be wonderful to have this action taken so that we can feel a little safer taking our children to school, because you never think it's going to happen to you, and it just keeps happening again and again and again. Thank you.
Thank you. Wayne Clark, followed by Darren Recuson.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council attendees. I'm here to talk about the supervisor's list. Plain and simple, 12 years of rabbit is enough. We don't need to do a Putin or a Xi Jinping extended term situation. Probably we should have term limits. And now I've noticed that Barbara Banke is a donor to David Rabbit. She's probably our only billionaire in the county. And for some reason, I don't see her on the support list. I've got a slot for her right here where we can put her name in. And now that, besides that, I'm really wondering about Bill Gallagher. I don't even know what his political situation is. Or Amy Dutra, because she used to hang out with them after his campaign, or after he won the election. I noticed that basically, yeah, she's definitely probably the wealthiest person in the country. Basically, David Rabbit says he shares our values, but follow the money. Rabbit has accepted tens of thousands of dollars in campaign contributions from right-wing donors to support Donald Trump's racist and anti-democratic agenda. Just this campaign, Rabbit accepted over $34,000 from individuals who gave significant amounts to extreme MAGA types, such as Devin Nunes, Kevin McCarthy, Ted Cruz, who voted to decertify the 2020 election, deny climate change, and want to pass national abortion ban. It's a pretty sad state of affairs. I'm hoping that this poll that came out in the Press Democrats last week, they've got Blake with about 77.4% favorability, and 20.3 for David Rabbit. So I'm really hoping that this comes true. And boy, when I look at that list of people that support, it blows my mind that
Wayne, your time is up.
Thank you.
So thank you very much. Darren Recuson, followed by Rhodesia Peters.
Thank you, City Council. For my general comment, I just want to bring up, previously I had mentioned the $11 million grant for connectivity of water meters in the city of Petaluma and lobbied to explore options to run fiber through existing water pipes. And I guess I just wanted to add on to that, you know, I've done some of my own research, and if for whatever reason the technology or the cost efficiency is not there, the cost effectiveness, I don't want that to rule out the option of connecting water meters via fibered internet. I think you could still use that grant money to ostensibly connect those meters and still at the same time deliver gigabit fiber internet to every home that has, or every building and home that has a water meter, even if it's through trenching. So I just wanted to put that out there to not lose that idea if for whatever reason the water pipes aren't an option. And then I also wanted to talk broadly. The city has really focused on climate and developed a climate framework and based a lot of policy around climate considerations. And after some conversations this week, I think it's important that we don't lose focus on ecosystem restoration, protecting natural resources, because right now much of the climate conversation is focused on human action mitigating existing impacts. But we don't want to forget about the importance of things like biodiversity surveys, understanding local ecosystems, what we can do to enhance local ecosystems, and also what we can do when things like developments come to the table to make sure we're protecting natural resources and protecting potential habitats and critical components of ecosystems into the future. And I don't know if that would be forming a committee, something like ecosystems restoration and natural resources. I know for the GPAC, there is an open space and natural resource committee as well as a climate committee. And actually, I think that's really effective in kind of meeting both sides of addressing environmental issues, one being the side of kind of restoring nature and the other being human reaction to changing environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rhodesia Peters.
Hi, my name is Rhodia Peters, and I've been living in Petaluma for about 10 years, and it's the greatest little city in the United States. I'm very happy to be here, and I'm grateful to all of you for the work you're doing. I may not always agree, but you're there doing the work, and that's wonderful. The reason I'm here today is because I smoked cigarettes for 55 years. I ended up in the hospital a few times with respiratory illnesses, and out of desperation, I decided to try vaping. Vaping saved my life. I was able to cut the content of the nicotine and what I was inhaling. You can't do that with cigarettes, but with the vaping, you can. You can get vaping that has no nicotine in it at all. Well, I happen to like flavored vapes. I don't like the taste of the tobacco ones. And now I hear that they're going to make it so that you can't buy vaping flavors here in California. And I'm like, why? We don't stop selling beer because teenagers get it. Since when do we change the laws to punish adults because we can't control our own children in our own community? It makes no sense to make laws that say, I can't buy a flavored vape because some teenager might buy it. It's up to the stores and the lawmakers to make sure the laws are followed. I should not have to give up my privileges for the sake of others who aren't doing their duty and raising their children correctly. So that's why I'm here today. I don't know if saying this is going to make any difference, but it makes me feel better. So thank you all very much.
And thank you for sharing your opinion. And that is the last person who's here in the City Hall. So I will go to our moderator and we will go to those people who are online.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We now have 26 attendees, and I have a question for you, Madam Mayor, and for our city attorney. We had 3 hands raised when general public comment timer went off. A 4th went up after the timer, but that 3rd one put her hand down and now it's back up. So now we have 4 people online. I'm not sure if we want to accommodate all 4 or.
Well, to me, we had a timer and we gave people the directions, And if we let the fourth person go on, then what about the fifth person who
Right,
says,
no,
oh, well,
I
now I want to put
understand.
my hand up? So
I-
no, I think we need to stay with the three who originally had their hands up.
Okay, okay.
Thank you.
So, thank you, Madam Mayor. So, that will be Paul G, followed by Lena, followed by Sheila Baker. And Paul G, please begin.
Nice to see you all at the podium, and thanks for having yet another open meeting in Petaluma. It's good that we're making progress that way. But I am a bit surprised to see all of our elected leaders wearing masks at the podium. I would ask you to please use your position of leadership to tell and demonstrate the truth about important matters, including matters of public health. The scientific evidence is clear. Masks are not effective to prevent viral spread. The viruses are simply much smaller than the holes in the weave of the mask. Now, Robert Kennedy Jr. is an angel on this earth, one who takes action. He will understand the proceeding, and unlike our bought and sold mainstream media, he's dedicated his life to preserving our God-given inalienable rights to freedom and the pursuit of happiness. His organization, Children's Health Defense, publishes daily at The Defender. That would be children'shealthdefense.org/defender, and at chd.tv at live.children'shealthdefense.org. Now, on a Friday, May 27 episode of CHD TV's Friday Roundtable, one that has garnered millions of views, the news was incredible. A single Californian, James Roguski, took it upon himself about 6 weeks ago to get the word out that the Biden administration was doing a terrible thing. And they had a number of amendments proposed for the WHO, which would give up US sovereignty over declaring pandemics. But what happened was he got the word out to millions across the world, including a lawsuit that was filed in England, and they suffered an absolute stunning defeat in their attempt to amend those international health regulations against the will of we the people. This is strong evidence to show we must stand up to defend our rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lena. And Lena, you may now speak.
Hello.
Yes, I can hear you.
So I am, I'm speaking up because I oppose the ban on the flavored nicotine, and that's for a number of reasons. California hasn't voted on this yet, and we'll be voting on this, I think, in November. So why is this ban taking place in Petaluma here before we've been able to vote on that? Also, I've worked in the high schools for a number of years, and young people today are very creative. I mean, I think they've always been really creative, and they're going to find a way to do things that they shouldn't be doing. I don't think it's fair that we would be punished for that, especially before we even get a chance to vote on it. Children are in much more danger from alcohol poisoning than they are from nicotine. Will you outlaw the flavored alcohol here in Petaluma to save our youth? Another reason is when I heard about this ban on nicotine, I called the city to get the details. Nancy Sands was kind enough to email me the PowerPoint that was put together for the tobacco retailers. And I'm assuming that this was for the tobacco retailers because it says right on the cover, presentation for tobacco retailers. However, upon talking with all of the retail owners, none of them had been given this presentation. One retailer stated that he attended a meeting on March 17th and it had been canceled. He was told that it would be rescheduled, but he was never contacted regarding that schedule date. And this ban is supposed to be happening 1 month from today, and the retailers still are not aware of what is going on. These are family-run businesses. This ban is going to affect families, their ability to feed and clothe and support their families. It depends on their businesses. It's already a difficult time right now, and we should all come together to support each other, not shut each other down. It's really our job. Is it really your job to decide on which businesses thrive and which businesses fail? Please remember, these are real people, real family, and real lives. All we ask is for the council to suspend this ban until the people of California have had a chance to vote and make their voices heard. Thank you very much, and I hope you have a beautiful evening.
Thank you, Lena. Our next speaker is Sheila Baker, and she will be our last speaker for general public comment. Sheila, go ahead and talk.
Yes, thank you for letting me speak. I just want to say thank you very, very much for all who have supported the candidacy of Blake Hooper for District 2 Supervisor for our county. Blake is really, truly a candidate for the people. I think he is probably represents me more than I can even say. As a very, very low income person, I've waited for somebody like this for a long time. And I definitely think there's a big difference between what he represents and what Rabbit represents, which is unfortunately not in my on my behalf of anything. So thank you to all who have supported him. And let's see, yeah, I guess that's all I want to say. I do hope that we check out that Home Depot project when it comes along. I just love Friedman's. Hopefully Home Depot doesn't make it. It's sounds like a lot of trucks coming through McDowell, and I don't think we need that. But anyway, again, thank you, thank you, thank you. You are the best body, city council, mayor body that could ever exist in this planet. You are really, really fabulous. Thank you.
There are no more speakers, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. And with that, I will close general public comment and go to council comment. And I'll start with Delinda Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to report out on 2 ad hoc meetings that I attended as my director position at the Sonoma County Transportation Authority and the Regional Climate Protection Agency. We have an ad hoc on funding for climate, and we met earlier today and decided on a structure for engagement of that group and the community. So we're going to be taking that to our board at our next meeting next Monday. And then the ad hoc for future for transit met last week, and we got an update on the status of the implementation of the plan to integrate all of our 3 transit agencies, both Petaluma, Santa Rosa, and the county. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will ask Councilmember Barnacle.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Make this brief. I had a Parks and Rec meeting, and we had 2 items. One was the Grant Park playground rehabilitation, and the other one was rethinking the ad hocs for the Parks and Rec Commission. The commission sort of settled on the idea that we wanted to have an ad hoc for more planning to look at capital projects, budgets, things like that. And then the other ad hoc would look more at community programming. So that was a nice, fruitful meeting. And then this weekend, I wish I wouldn't have gone now because I have COVID, and but I went to the fairgrounds event at the community center, and I just want to say that I thought it was awesome. The process was great. The panelists, I think, emphasized I would say empathy was the word that came to mind. All of them that I talked to said this is a lot of work. There's a lot to take into account here. And, we're just really flooded with information, and everybody was really taking their responsibility seriously. I also thought that regardless of where you come down on the issue, everybody was super respectful. So the combination of a group of residents who, probably wouldn't have been appointed to this body, that were engaged and really taking it seriously and appreciating it, and just seeing, the community come together and listen to each other was just really, really uplifting for me. So that's all for me.
Thank you very much, and I hope you get better soon. Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. I just have one liaison report today. I'm in my role as chair of the Water Advisory Committee. I'm also a member of the subcommittee of the Water Advisory Committee on Potter Valley issues. That subcommittee met earlier today, and I was authorized to sign a letter from the WAC to the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission on PG&E's proposal to reduce inflows to the Potter Valley project from the normal 75 cubic feet per second down to 5 cubic feet per second, which would be pretty devastating to the upper Russian River. And we're going to ask them to only go down to 25 CFS. So the FERC will probably act on that fairly quickly. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Posake.
Thank you, Mayor. I had several meetings. The one that I want to talk about most, or several that I'd like to comment on, are subcommittee and general meetings of the Continuum of Care, the County Homeless Group. I have been chair most recently of the Competition Evaluation Committee, where we're evaluating all the homeless providers of services to homeless folks in the county, not with the idea of failing them, but with the idea of helping them get their programs continued by HUD if they're having some issues. And secondly, we had an interesting presentation at the last general meeting from the Cal AIM people. I wanted to be sure everyone knows about this, is that this represents funding for Medi-Cal that's being directed towards social services. This was started as a pilot project in the North Bay, I think a year or so ago, and this is being expanded among others in Sonoma County. And it's a way that it's at least a start. It is not a solution to the problem, but it's a start at providing the social services to homeless folks that we know save more money in keeping them out of emergency rooms and accessing medical providers and accessing our prisons when they end up in jail. And these programs are very effective. And so I'm very happy, especially to see these as someone who in my last 10 years of being a physician, when I was asked my occupation, I gave it as junior social worker, which truly was a way that I felt we were doing more than our medical treatments for folks. And so this is welcomed by many physicians, including myself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you very much. And I'd just like to congratulate the COC and Councilman Posake. That is a huge deal. It's a game changer for funding those services. So good, I'm really pleased to see that go forward. In my report from the Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Committee, we have the opportunity now to start seeing the active transportation plan. It's our bicycle and pedestrian and other plan as part of the general plan, but it's being rolled out first to the PBAC, and they're getting specific show and tell, sort of an ad hoc thing. And I think we can expect good things to be rolled out when it does get to the public and when the public does get to have its input on this document. So that's also very exciting. And that's my report. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councilmember King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a few liaison reports to review. Sonoma Clean Power met last week, and a couple of things. One of the letters that this council approved and sent to the California Public Utilities Commission on an issue relating to net energy metering for those who have solar panels on their homes. That case has been reopened, and the anticipated final decision is in August. So it's something that Sonoma Clean Power is monitoring, and I'm sure other agencies as well. And it got delayed in part because of our letter and letters, which was one of many that were sent in challenging the preliminary decision. So that's something to be observing as we go down, because that affects many of the people here in Petaluma, and probably in many respects the future of the solar panel construction industry in the state. Two other items that of importance. Sonoma Clean Power will be contracting with a local entity for a new solar panel farm on Tubbs Island, which is a bit east of Sears Point Raceway. It will be for an 11.6 megawatt facility with an 8 megawatt lithium ion battery, which will essentially allow that solar project to provide some round-the-clock power with the battery storage that'll be present there. It's anticipated the contract will be entered into soon, and that the anticipated opening would be in about 2 years. So that's a move in a good direction for both the authority and the county in general. In addition, there's 2 other contracts that were entered into for geothermal through the California Community Power Joint Powers Authority. They're both, one is in California, I believe, and one is in Nevada or on the border. And Sonoma Clean Power will be participating in purchasing energy from each of those projects. The Youth Commission sort of met. There was no quorum, but we did meet just to have a year-end discussion. And so, as I mentioned last time, this is 4 in a row. So the end of the school year is very difficult to get a quorum for that commission. And I imagine other prior liaisons are aware of that as well. I managed to get to 3 events last Thursday: the Mid-Penn ground breaking for our affordable housing project up on Petaluma Boulevard North, the badge pinning ceremony over at Fire Station number 1 for, I believe, 9 individual firefighters, some promotions and some new firefighters. And I also, as mentioned in public comment, did attend the anti-gun violence rally at Walnut Park by the children from McNair School. Which brings me to my last comment. I know there's a number of things perhaps that we can do locally with respect to gun violence. It is unfortunate and frustrating that we do not get any action out of Washington. I think we all know why that is, and there's no reason to get into why that is. I personally don't think the Second Amendment protects the ownership of automatic weapons from the citizenry. I don't think any reasonable reading of it would suggest that, and I don't believe any of the case law suggests that. Nonetheless, we will get no action from Washington. I think that leads us to only one option here, and that's to start working locally. So I'd like us to consider some of the following measures. A safe storage ordinance, and granted, enforcement would be difficult, but it would be helpful. A buyback program, as mentioned earlier, a use of zoning in our new general plan to deal with these issues, and perhaps a new gun store ban. We did it for gas stations, which was an existential crisis. Quite frankly, this is, in my view, also one. That's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And I was going to actually also end my report with comments on the Impact Gun Violence March by the McNair School 6th graders. But since I'm going right after you, Councilmember King, I think it's fair to say that I agree with you on all those issues. And I do think that I have heard from the school board members that they are also looking at using a safe storage policy as something that they're going to ask the parents of their students to actually sign on to. So I think it would be very supportive of that body and wanting to always work with partners. I think it would be a great thing if we had a local ordinance, which I understand many cities around us do already have one. I think the gun buyback program is something that I would like to see if we could investigate. I don't know how that is funded, but I have, understand, any gun that is not on the street is a gun that can't kill. And I want to second your ideas about the zoning changes and gun store ban investigation on that. So thank you for that. And I too also attended, along with other council members here, the badge pinning for the fire department, where we got an actual, they got called out on a call while we were there. So demonstrating how they live at every moment. Just, fire is never predictable. I also was able to attend the Memorial Day service for my last time as the mayor, and that was always a moving experience. We also had Cruising the Boulevard during our two weeks off, and that was a really well-attended event. I think people really were excited to see this happen once more. And I also am currently on the steering committee of the Petaluma Healthcare District's group that is trying to investigate whether or not Blue Zone project will come to Petaluma. And there was a 3-day set of meetings held by the Petaluma Healthcare District regarding whether or not Petaluma would be a good candidate for this program. I think it is, and I hope it gets accepted. I just wanted to announce that the mayors and council members meeting is going to be held via Zoom this month rather than in person due to the spiking in COVID. And that's this Thursday evening at 6 p.m. via Zoom. And in my liaison as the Sonoma City's representative to the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, I'm the chair of the Mobile Source and Climate Impacts Committee, and we just extended and expanded our Cash for Clunkers program that tries to get older cars off the road as getting them being off the road because they're more polluting. And also I was just elected to the position of the secretary of the Air District, given that there was a vacancy there, and that position will go through the end of this 2022. And last but not least, I was able to help promote Petaluma through a program with KTVU's Zip Tours. And they kicked it off this season with a visit to Petaluma. And that was actually very, very positive event for Petaluma. So that was a lot of fun. So with that, I will ask our city manager if she has any comments.
Thank you, Mayor. We are excited to announce new additions to our Spanish language inclusion programs. Spanish language interpretation is now available for all city council meetings starting tonight and through the end of the year, hopefully ongoing. Community survey, if you live in Petaluma and are part of the Latinx community and use primarily Spanish to communicate, please fill out our survey on our website to help us create a more inclusive community, and it can be found on our homepage, and you'll see the button in Spanish. And then we also have 2 Spanish language social media channels, both on Instagram and Facebook. We're also encouraging the community to share their thoughts on the future of the Petaluma Fairgrounds by filling out another survey. To date, we've received over 1,000 responses. Both English and Spanish versions are available at our website at cityofpetaluma.org/fairgrounds, and look for the community input survey box. And we are also tomorrow, June 7th at 6 p.m., we will be holding a virtual workshop on our local road safety plan to make our roads safer. We have been gathering community feedback on areas of concern around town, and during this workshop, we will share what we've learned so far and take additional input from the community. And we're really encouraging your feedback to help us inform this local road safety and active transportation plan. You can also visit our website at cityofpetaluma.org/safe road workshop for details on how to attend. And finally, the city I am working with our police department. We're exploring how we can do a gun buyback program. They had a real successful one in Marin that was led by the DA's office, actually. And they used asset seizure funds to purchase those guns. Very successful. And so our police chief is currently exploring that. And that'll conclude my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for that information. With that, we're going to approval of minutes. And we are going to be approving the March 14th minutes, which have had some errors, spelling errors that have been corrected. And that was the goals and priority workshop. And then the May 2nd minutes and the May 9th budget workshop. Are there any corrections or, and I'm seeing none, so they will be approved as corrected. And then we're moving on to the approval of the proposed agenda for June 20th. And I'd just like to mention that item 9 that was listed as a second reading will be moved to July 11th agenda. So can I get a motion on that? Council, was that you? No, you're pointing to Dave.
Excuse me. I was just going to make the same comment about item 9, but I'll move the item.
Okay, moved by.
I'll second it.
And seconded by Fisher, moved by King, seconded by Fisher, and we'll have a roll call vote, please.
Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Hosake.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. And we are on to the consent calendar, and that's items 3 through 15. Does anybody on the council want to remove any item? Okay, I am not seeing anyone. Is there any questions or comments that anyone wants to make? I have one public card for a speaker on items 12 and 14. So that person here in the City Hall chambers, and I will ask our moderator to see if there's anyone on Zoom who.
Thank you,
wants to
Madam
speak.
Mayor. At this time, we have 22 attendees. We have one hand up. If there's someone else on Zoom who would like to make public comment on the consent calendar item, please raise your virtual hand at this time.
Okay,
And I only see one hand up.
thank you. So I will ask our clerk if you have received any public comments.
Madam Mayor, no comments on the consent calendar prior to the meeting.
Okay, thank you. So then I will call on Darren Racusin for items 12 and 14.
Darren, give me just a minute to get my timer up. Thank you. Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh,
Testing, there we go.
you're good. Thank
So for consent item 12, just briefly, I want to confirm that that gives the city treasurer sole authority over investments. Does there remain any authority for council to make changes at discretion? I mean, reviewing the portfolio, I don't think there's anything hyper aggressive or out of line. You know, we're not dumping everything into Tesla or something, but just if the city council retains any discretion over the investment policy for the city and the assets listed. And then for number 14, the budget ordinances, just making some comments. I know there was a budget workshop on May 9th. I will advocate for a more robust public workshopping process. I think that is probably the single most important policy document the city passes each year. And the May 9th council meeting, at least, and maybe there was another workshop that I wasn't aware of, but the May 9th council meeting was attended by, myself and a couple other folks on Zoom. And we're talking about, setting the course of $300 million. And I will say it was a great document. The budget document was robust. There was tons of information. So I think that was something that pretty much anyone in the public could have digested and then been able to understand more what the city's goals are, what lies ahead in the future, and been able to offer comment and feedback. Over the past couple of weeks, I've been kind of shocked in presenting budget items that people just had no idea, where did this come from? And I'm thinking there's a 500-page document that really gets into the detail and lays it out. So just advocating for, in the future, if there can be a separate public workshop, I don't know, something heavily advertised just to get everyone out. If you're going to show up for one city council event, I would say the budget workshop, when you have something that well written and put together, is probably the one to go to. And a couple items there. I also wanted to just to advocate for alongside the $15 million project for housing homeless in the potentially reused hotel. Yeah, I know there's also 1.5 million in funding for other houseless population services to make sure some of that is ancillary support for moving to that hotel facility. Again, invoking that example of the Palms in Santa Rosa to make sure that folks that may not have managed a property in the past and maybe dealing with other issues, understandably, get the ancillary support they need to make that project a success or as successful as it can be. And then I also want to just briefly bring up that baseball park. I think that's one that really sticks out as I'm not sure how it's meeting city priorities. It's an example of wetlands trading that I know a lot of people, environmentally minded folks aren't big fans of. Ostensibly, it's something that has to be watered. It's $5 million. So really, that's not a question or a point, but maybe that just gets back to having a more robust public input process. So things like that are brought to the fore. Every time I bring that up, people are like, wait, why is that happening? So yeah, those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that is it for people here in the chamber. So
Yes.
I'll go to the moderator.
Madam Mayor, we have 23 attendees at this time, and we actually have 2 hands up.
Okay.
First is Ben Peters, followed by Ben Peters, followed by Paul G. And Ben, you are okay to speak now.
Good evening, everyone. This is regarding item 11, the Police Department electric vehicles. I would just like to thank Chief Safano for his efforts on this initiative. I know it's been a long time coming, and I appreciate the direction. I will say, based on the type and number of vehicles that were evaluated, I would suggest working with Sonoma Clean Power or another agency that has the resources and expertise to really analyze your options versus doing it all in-house, just because this is such a moving target as far as electric vehicle procurements. But again, thank you for your work on this. I'm glad we are finally here.
Thank you, Ben. And our next speaker is Paul G. Paul, please unmute.
Yes, thank you for the time. I'll be commenting on several of these items. First of all, the ever recurring item number 5, teleconference meeting, staff report and attachments. Looks like this is going to come back every month. And so some of the issues are all the same. Looks like you've had a good dry run here at City Council, being able to do these hybrid meetings. So it's time to actually push that on to all the other meetings as well. So everybody can be considered to participate in the way that suits them the best. So we appreciate the effort to make it a hybrid meeting, just needs to be extended a little more quickly. Then when you go into whatever's going on in City Hall, certainly mask wearing can't be mandated. Clearly, there is no justification for doing so. And if you do want to continue to do that, you're going to have to bring actual evidence forward that proves that there's a reason to do it, and there's a benefit to doing it, and that you can have that evidence challenged, but can't actually make that a requirement, just like you can't make a requirement for any other medical choice that people want to make. So as a result, we are not giving up our freedoms with respect to how to run our government, because we've had an activity that has gone much, much too long, and we have to actually get out from underneath this. Now, in the similar vein, you have to be listening to what is going on in the world right now. And when you hear anybody talk about monkeypox, that's actually got a silent K. It's actually moneypox. And so they're trying the same playbook all over again. So you have to be careful about looking at those as reasons to continue to trim people's liberties as well. At the end of the day, we have a government of, by, and for the people, and we have a right to come and address our grievances to our government face to face. And that is what we need to have restored as soon as humanly possible in all of the public meetings and public workshops that there are. No excuses. All the technical things are done. Everything else is finished. Now, when we get into the budget items, it was a good thing for the city to sit down and do their set of priorities. And we all participated, and we all listened and heard and digested what your priorities were. And we were happy to see that what they were stated. However, in the last budget part, I guess I must have missed it, but I cut out too early. Apparently, number one on Mr. Danley's list has something to do with the wireless ordinance, which is not on one of your priorities. We're going to have to get to the bottom of that real soon to decide whether that's going to come forward a third time or whether that's going to go to sleep permanently. That's an important thing to actually figure out here, because to keep the public in the dark about this and just try to slip it in somewhere just because they worked on it last year doesn't make any sense at all. There's no sense in passing it. There's no sense in addressing it. There's no sense in keeping it on anyone's list. And so if you're going to do it, be upfront and say it and give it to us now. If you're not going to do it, end it and end it officially. Let's get some clarity on that issue, please. Thank you.
And Madam Mayor, there are no more attendees.
Okay, with that,
ready to
we will
speak.
close comment on the consent calendar, and I will, Councilmember Healy.
So I'd be happy to move the entire consent calendar, and I just point out that the new baseball field will be artificial turf and will not need to be watered. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember King?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Healy, a second by King, and we'll have a roll call vote.
Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Hosaday.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. And now we're on to the public hearing, and this is item 16, adoption of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Petaluma approving Petaluma Police Department's military equipment funding, acquisition, and use policy in compliance with California Assembly Bill number 481. And I will turn this over to Chief Savano.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a sound check. Can you hear me okay? Great. I'll
Yes.
be sharing my screen. Just confirm that you can see that.
Yeah, yes.
Great. Thank you very much. Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, city staff.
I'm sorry, we can't see your shared screen.
Not showing. Okay. Let me see if you can see that now. It indicates that I selected it. Let's try again. How about now?
That's better. Thank you.
Thank you for letting me know. All right. Again, good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council members, city staff, and the community we serve. My name is Ken Savano, and it's my honor to serve as your police chief and present this information tonight on Assembly Bill 481, military equipment funding and acquisition and use. Before going over the agenda for this presentation, I also want to share that I'm excited to present the information tonight because over my career, we've hosted many 10-week community academies, usually twice a year as resources have permitted. And we've had the pleasure of hosting hundreds of community members who've had the opportunity to learn more about this equipment and our special teams, more specifically, why, how, and when we use them and this equipment. As you know, participation in the community academy is voluntary. And while some council members have attended in the past, we appreciate this opportunity to bring this information to the entire city council and our greater community audience tonight, to educate our community and build even stronger public trust and confidence. Tonight's agenda will cover the background of Assembly Bill 481, military equipment defined under that Assembly Bill, why specific equipment is needed, how that equipment is funded, acquired, and used. We'll go over in detail our actual inventory, and then what we've done for public outreach and engagement to bring us to tonight. And then we'll obviously address any questions or concerns that you or the public have. So the background on 481 passed by the California legislature in 2021 to address the funding, acquisition, and use of military equipment, to increase the transparency, accountability, and oversight for the acquisition and use of specified equipment, provide safeguards to protect public's welfare, safety, and civil rights and liberties, and requires annual reporting to the governing body. It also creates a public forum for input and engagement like we are doing tonight. AB 481 requires requires approval for the continued use of equipment purchased prior to January 1st of this year, and approval for any new equipment the department intends to acquire in the next fiscal year. AB 481 also requires an annual report to include how the equipment is being used, maintenance and use costs, as well as internal audits and any community feedback on the use of that equipment. The department's first annual report will be presented back to you as the elected body in May of 2023, and we intend to have this fall within the scope of the soon-to-be established independent police auditor. Under existing use of force reporting, we currently display and report all of our use of force on our police department website listed here under cityofpetaluma.org police//department-data-statistics. Our use of force data can also be found on the Department of Justice website for the state of California under openjustice.doj.ca.gov. I also wanted to make a note here for the council and the public that use of force in California is governed by the passage of Assembly Bill 392, also known as the Use of Force Law in California, and has now become the standard across the country. All law enforcement agencies across the state of California are bound to the state use of force law, and therefore our use of force policies are the same as all other law enforcement agencies across the state. This is especially important as you recognize any request to or by us for mutual aid will be met by the same use policies here in Petaluma under 481. And all of those neighboring agencies are going through the same process that we are tonight. It is also important to know that here in Petaluma, our use of force policies that exist to overcome resistance value the sanctity of all life, including the suspects. We have a strong history of only using force as a last resort and only because we have to, not because we are authorized to. And anytime we do use force, there are 4 levels of review to ensure policy compliance, any additional de-escalation training needs, and through a lens of always trying to be better than we have been. Our goal is always peaceful compliance, but when we are met with resistance, we use only that force which is necessary to overcome it. As we move forward, we recognize the opportunity to provide even more information related to our use of force policies and reporting to the community through the addition of our independent police auditor. So why do we need this equipment? Clearly, our goal is community safety and a peaceful resolution of emergency incidents for not only our community members, but also our officers and first responders. Clearly, the community concerns are what is the purpose of this equipment? What is the authorized use? And how do we ensure compliance and accountability that we're using it appropriately? And obviously, factors that influence safe resolutions include time, distance, and cover. Less lethal options provide options to deadly force, and we'll report on some of those options in just a few minutes. And then, of course, proper training and de-escalation and equipment, along with the current authorized use policies, which we will discuss here in a minute. I also want to make a note here that in previous public forums, I've addressed the need to be prepared and ready by being properly trained and equipped for any emergency situation. As a full-service law enforcement agency, we have taken that responsibility seriously. We've received questions from the community about why we need this equipment when we have never had an incident like this here in Petaluma. I want to restate my role as your police chief when it comes to community safety. While I hope we never have to respond to a tragic event that seems to be all too common today, my responsibility, our responsibility to you, Mayor Barrett, City Council, and the community is not to train and be prepared for what has happened, but to maintain a professional, well-trained, and properly equipped department ready for what could happen. And sadly, those trends, as you will see in a moment, do not look good. So as we look at our community, we know that it's never been more active, especially and hopefully coming out of a pandemic. When we think of training and preparation in this arena, we think of public transit, our college campuses, our city and business complexes, numerous community events, festivals, local schools, parades, our fairs, an active downtown and nightlife. As an example, this past weekend, we had an incident on Saturday night where we responded to the threat of an active shooter at a local bar downtown. Fortunately, it never materialized. And there are unfortunately several examples across the country, but here are some just most recently and closer to home. Obviously in San Jose, the VTA shooting, the university shooting in Oakland, San Bernardino City Hall shooting, the Gilroy Garlic Festival, the YouTube campus in San Bruno, the Las Vegas concert shooting, the Arenda party shooting, the Sacramento domestic violence ambush, the Sangus High School shooting, the officer in Davis that was ambushed, the Oroville bus shooting, the Borderline bar shooting in Thousand Oaks, and of course, more recently, Texas, Oklahoma, and over the weekend, Philadelphia and Chattanooga. We'll talk more about the data on the next slide. There were 249 shootings on school grounds last year, more than any other year, at least since 1970. So far this year, there have been 137 incidents of gunfire on school grounds, including 39 incidents involving students during school hours and school sports or activities. At least 21 mass shooters over the last 4 decades have worn some kind of body armor, and the majority of those were within the last 10 years, according to a database maintained by the Violence Project. Interstate highway and freeway shootings have risen from 540 incidents in 2019 to more than 846 incidents in 2021, representing an increase of more than 57%. And clearly, as we've heard from many tonight, the 19 students and 2 teachers from Uvalde, Texas. Please join me in a moment of silence for these victims. And while we do, join me in praying that this type of incident never happens here or ever again. Thank you. Like you, I'm learning more about what happened at Robb Elementary School, but the preliminary information is very concerning. Again, while I pray we never have to respond to an incident like this, I want to assure the City Council and the public that we have been properly equipped and trained to respond to an incident like this for many years. And the way we train here with our fire department would have resulted in a different response than what is being reported from Texas. As City Manager Flynn indicated in her comments, I would also like to let everyone know that we are planning, the City of Petaluma is planning to host a gun buyback program, and my staff is working diligently to try and bring that to fruition as soon as possible. I also want to thank the parents who spoke tonight during general public comment regarding the safety of our schools and specifically our children. We stand with you and are committed to helping you help us make Petaluma even safer. And we thank you for your comments tonight. I also want to put support behind the council comments, following those comments wholeheartedly. So how do police and fire train together? We've been training together since 2016. And like us, the fire department personnel carry in their engines additional armor, which is a ballistic helmet and armored vests. They do not carry weapons, however. We train in environments with our fire partners and with chaos and screaming, with yelling, gunfire, and even with chemical agents and smoke that may be deployed to impede our response. We've trained on school campuses here in town, vacant buildings here in the city, abandoned theaters, and we use live fire simulations and role players to create training as close to reality as possible. As soon as we arrive on scene, we are trained to enter and go directly to the threat. And as additional first responders arrive, they establish rescue teams with officers and firefighter paramedics to enter what we call warm zones, which are not safe, but we know that we have to provide advanced life support and rescue anyone that can be saved. On this slide, we wanted to show you and the public what our standard uniforms look like. The image on the right shows a standard patrol uniform. The lower left shows patrol officers deployed in a situation with patrol rifles. In that case, they're wearing ceramic rifle plates that cover their vital organs, both front and rear, as our standard vests will not stop rifle rounds. Including in that equipment is a ballistic helmet rated for rifle rounds. And finally, in the upper left corner, our SWAT element of the crisis response unit, which is also made up of specially trained crisis negotiators and tactical dispatchers who deploy with and work out of the mobile command vehicle for critical emergency incidents. Another important note, the equipment shown in these pictures averages between 30 and 50 additional pounds. Imagine the strength training and literal weight of this equipment when you deploy from your vehicle with the equipment we will discuss in a moment and run into a scene and engage an armed suspect in a situation like this. Although exempt from 481, out of an abundance of transparency, we wanted to report to you on the standard issue duty equipment. You will see here depicted in the photograph, starting from the bottom, the standard issue patrol taser, then the patrol handgun, followed by the shotgun, and then the patrol rifle. Each of these pieces of equipment have specific purposes and authorized use. Starting with the handgun, shotgun, and rifles, in terms of authorized use, officers may use deadly force to protect themselves or others from what they reasonably believe is an imminent threat of death or serious bodily injury. In the staff report and draft policy attached to that report, along with our equipment inventory, you will see all of the applicable laws and policies that govern the use, required training, and ability to use this equipment in the field. All of these documents are available on the city's website as well as the police department website. Starting with the Glock handgun, it's a 9mm handgun, and I just want to speak about some of the differences and when we acquired these weapon systems. Obviously, it's a single round semi-automatic with an effective range of 0 to 300 feet. We first had handguns in 1858 when we incorporated with the revolver. We transitioned to a semi-automatic platform in 1985, and in 2004 to the current Glock weapon system we use today. In most recent history, we've had 3 incidents where we've used the handgun, once in 1998, once in 2005, and once in 2018, respectively. In 1998, a burglar who was just attempting to break into a business confronted an officer on night shift, and deadly force was used. The suspect was armed with bicycle forks. In 2005, we located a wanted child molester who had been hiding from law enforcement for many years. When we tried to stop him and take him into custody, he pulled a handgun on our officers, and the officers returned fire. In 2018, over on Lakeville Circle, we negotiated with an intoxicated domestic violence suspect for almost 2 hours before the suspect pulled a weapon on the officers and they had to use deadly force. We currently have 87 of those handguns in our inventory. Our standard issue shotgun, obviously single round manual cycle, and the effective range is 0 to 100 yards. We acquired the shotgun first in 1895. We've had 0 use deployments in the recent history that I can find. Currently in our inventory, we have 9 standard issue shotguns. Standard issue patrol rifle, obviously this item came before council in the last couple of years. Capabilities are single round semi-automatic, effective from 0 to 1200 feet, which you can see now reaches a lot farther than the other 2 deadly force options, which is almost 400 yards. We acquired these rifles in 1999. We've had 1 use deployment in 2018 at that same incident on Lakeville Circle. We currently have 73 of those rifles in our inventory. And then finally, the standard issue duty taser, which is a less lethal device, and we will be talking about others in a moment. Battery operated handheld energy device for officers to protect themselves or others, or to safely control individuals who are violent or demonstrating intent to be violent. The effective range is within 21 feet. We acquired them first in the year 2000. We've averaged approximately 5 deployments or uses per year. We currently have 72 in inventory, and this is standard issue equipment to all officers. I want to make a note here as we get into the presentation further on less lethal equipment. The taser has the shortest effective range of 21 feet, followed by the beanbag shotgun, which we will discuss in a moment, at 75 feet, followed by the 40mm projectile launcher that has an effective range up to 120 feet. I'll be discussing the rest of those in just a moment. Here are the categories of equipment classified as specific equipment covered by AB 481. To assist in the discussion, the highlighted categories include equipment in our inventory or equipment we intend to acquire in the coming fiscal year. I want to be clear at this moment and clarify for the council and the public that your police department does possess 2 pieces of equipment that were designed, built, and deployed for the military, and later made available to local law enforcement. Those 2 pieces of equipment are the 2 armored rescue vehicles under Category 2, and they are actual MRAPs. I will speak more to these when we discuss Category 2 in more detail. We do not possess any other prior use military equipment for purposes of tonight's discussion. Here is a condensed list of the categories applicable to our department. We currently only possess qualifying equipment in 6 of the 15 categories, but we are requesting authorization tonight to possess equipment in Category 1, and I will speak to that more in just a moment. We wanted to bring some perspective to the hearing on the categories as they relate to us compared to our neighboring jurisdictions, simply to show that what we possess is consistent in the industry based on best practices. I'll leave that there for just a moment. On this graph, we are showing you a more detailed graphic showing Petaluma compared to our full service law enforcement neighboring agencies, and then to the smaller agencies with less than full service resources. In most cases, jurisdictions that provide crisis response teams made up of special weapons and tactics, or SWAT, crisis negotiators, and tactical dispatchers have more specialized equipment listed under 481 based on the situations they respond to. In the simplest of terms, the crisis response unit is activated when the nature of the emergency exceeds the capabilities of our patrol teams. This is important as we move forward through the presentation, as we have made special note to indicate equipment deployed in patrol versus equipment reserved for specialized teams like SWAT, which involve much higher levels of training, supervision, and command and control before use is authorized in the field. Specifically, training for SWAT is mandated monthly on specific elements each month that culminate with the team's annual recertification to minimum standards established by the Commission on Peace Officer Standards and Training. In contrast, patrol officers train quarterly on firearms and annually on shotgun, rifle, beanbag, and taser. And we'll get into more in just a moment. This chart simply shows all of our neighboring agencies and their use of the same standard issued duty equipment that we use and that I showed you in the previous slide. As I just mentioned SWAT and the crisis response unit, we felt it was important to share more detail about the team so that when we get to the equipment specifically assigned to the team with specific purpose, it will make much more sense. You'll see here that the crisis response unit includes elements of SWAT, the crisis negotiators, and tactical dispatchers. And they are usually activated for high-risk incidents, high-risk search warrants and arrest warrants, and planned demonstrations. At times, with specified crowd control equipment, they will be deployed in those situations as well. They typically deploy along with the armored rescue vehicles as well as the mobile command vehicle when warranted. We've averaged approximately 3 crisis response unit deployments per year, with a total of 57 deployments since August of 2005. Prior to 2005, we averaged 1 to 2 deployments a year. This graph breaks down those deployments for you. You'll see that 45 involved the service of a high-risk arrest or search warrant. 5 were for civil unrest or crowd control protests, including protests at farms in the county, our local meat processing facilities, and mutual aid to Santa Rosa for protests following the George Floyd incident. I want to pause here because some community members have asked if our officers used force in Santa Rosa. We did respond to mutual aid in Santa Rosa, but Petaluma Police Department officers did not use force while there. Additionally, 4 deployments involved calls for service involving high-risk barricaded subjects that started as patrol incidents here in our community. 2 involved other situations. 1 was for surveillance for the burglar and active shooter that was hiding in the Mendocino National Forest, and the other for a security detail of a high-risk gang jury trial that was held at the City Hall West Wing by the County of Sonoma several years ago. And finally, 1 was involving mutual aid for a hostage barricade situation in San Rafael. Now we'll get into the categories. The first one is Category 1, unmanned aerial vehicles. Clearly, this provides law enforcement the ability to conduct search and rescue operations for missing persons or injured persons during emergencies or disasters. We can search for suspects in open spaces or inside structures where it would otherwise be unsafe for officers to enter, respond to, and monitor emergency scenes and criminal activity for first responders. They can also be used for large special events for public safety monitoring. Authorized use, obviously, for emergency crime and traffic scenes and other hazardous situations requiring aerial view for situational awareness, search and rescue missions, and search and apprehension of suspects. They obviously have video surveillance capabilities with 30-minute flight time per battery, a maximum transmission distance of 3 to 10 kilometers based on surroundings. We do not currently possess any of these drones, and we are in the process of acquiring them and asking for approval as part of this ordinance adoption. We've had 0 use deployments by Petaluma staff, but we've used drones by 4 other agencies that when we've called for mutual aid assistance and needed the resource that we did not possess. In terms of inventory, we are seeking 3 for redundancy and battery life, so coverage and use can be maintained without interruption during an incident. There is a separate policy and laws regarding the use of this equipment listed on the inventory sheet. Moving on to category 2. The purpose obviously provides officers with armor, ballistic and explosive protection for the transport, delivery, or rescue of officers or civilians when confronting suspects who are armed or known to be armed. Rescue capability in natural and man-made disasters, fires, floods, and earthquakes, where other emergency vehicles have limited access or protection. Their authorized use to provide for the safe transport, security, and rescue of agency personnel and community members in high-risk incidents and emergencies. As I indicated earlier, these 2 vehicles are the only actual prior use military equipment we currently possess. For those who have been around for a while, you will recall in 2017, we tried to secure funding to purchase domestic non-military armored rescue vehicles. The funding, estimated to be approximately $750,000 for both vehicles, was not available, and we accepted the free surplus equipment, which was valued at over $1 million. We can return these vehicles if funding becomes available in the future to purchase non-military vehicles. Regarding the 2 vehicles we do possess, the first one, which is the larger of the 2 depicted in the upper left corner and in the lower, well, actually the remaining 4, the lower left is the smaller one. It has the capability to carry a total of 14 personnel, has a range of 100 miles, and the armor is rated to exceed a 50 caliber round. It obviously can also serve as a rescue vehicle in floods and other disasters. We first acquired our first armored rescue vehicle in 2002, which was a surplus Brinks armored vehicle, but it did not have the rifle rating for rifle rounds, and it was a surplus vehicle that had many mechanical issues, so we had to replace it. In 2017, we accepted the military version that you see here. We average just over 3 youth deployments a year. We have 1 vehicle in our inventory. On the second vehicle, the lower left-hand corner, it's a smaller version of the larger one. It can carry 4 to 5 personnel, same range, same armor rating, and also used as a rescue vehicle. It was also acquired, I believe, in 2018, not 2017, but 2018. We've averaged 1 deployment a year with the smaller vehicle, and we currently have 1 in our inventory. Just as one example of use of the armored rescue vehicle, here you'll see a situation where an armed suspect in possession of an assault weapon, readily accessible at the time we served a high-risk search warrant, created a significant threat to the officer's safety. The armored rescue vehicle was invaluable in this incident, ensuring the officers had adequate protection and coverage during this incident. In the left-hand picture, you'll see the vehicle parked in front of the residence where the warrant was served. In the right-hand vehicle, you can see the view from the upper bedroom window and the nightstand where the weapons were sitting when we served the warrant. The middle picture depicts the weapons seized in that search warrant, and you can clearly see that if the suspect had chosen to arm himself, that the armored rescue vehicle would have provided the necessary cover and protection for the officers to defend themselves. This is a summary of the armored rescue vehicle deployments. And since replacing the armored rescue vehicles in 2017, we've recorded 17 deployments since August of 2018 for, like I said, just an average of over 3 a year. It should also be noted that neighboring agencies have requested specific mutual aid to include our armored rescue vehicle. In the event their vehicle was not available, or they were addressing multiple high-risk targets at the same time. This report is similar to what an AB 481 annual report will look like in terms of use and reason for deployment on an annual basis. Category 5, command and control vehicles that are either built or modified to facilitate the operational control and direction of public safety units. You will note that in certain situations like special events, community engagement, or special operations like sobriety checkpoints, this vehicle provides digital radio, video, and satellite data systems in the field and serves as a backup in the event our main police facility 911 center goes down due to man-made or natural disasters. Its authorized use is anytime we need to have unified mobile command at either law enforcement scenes or fire, disasters, and emergencies to provide command and control and communications for those emergencies, or to handle the investigation of on-scene processing for crime and traffic collisions. Special operations, as I mentioned, checkpoints and other special events, we may bring the vehicle out for those events when requested by community groups as a way to also showcase the department's readiness to respond to emergencies and the redundancies that we have for our emergency operations and preparedness. Clearly, the capability is mobile command and control in the field that supports field personnel, communications, and equipment. We acquired this vehicle in 2010. The entire vehicle and the equipment that went in it was paid for with grant funding from the Homeland Security and the Office of Traffic Safety. It's deployed just over 3 times a year with our crisis response unit, same with SWAT, special events twice a year, community events average 4 times a year, and special ops approximately 6 times a year. We have just one of these vehicles in our inventory. Category 7, under battering rams, slugs, and breaching apparatuses that are explosive in nature. The 2 pictures that are depicted here on the left is the shotgun assigned to the SWAT team with a breaching munition. The picture on the right are the exempt breaching tools. These are tools that would be used to gain access when necessary without waiting, obviously, for a key or other access. Breaching rounds are used by SWAT to gain access into locked or barricaded structures when immediate access is necessary to confront armed suspects or rescue injured persons when failure to act would risk death or serious bodily injury. Their authorized use to breach those entrances beyond the capabilities of the handheld impact methods you see in the right photograph. The operational range is 0 to 1 foot. We acquired these breaching rounds in 2002. We've had 0 use deployments in recent history, and our inventory currently is 25 of those breaching rounds. Category 10, specialized firearms and ammunition of less than 50 caliber. Obviously, the first photograph on the left is the SWAT sniper rifle, and I'll talk more about that in just a moment. The picture on the right is that rifle compared to the rifles that are deployed in patrol for standard patrol duty rifles. Sniper observer teams consist of 2 SWAT members and serve as a source of on-scene intelligence, typically observed from a safe position of cover and concealment, and often from a distance. The teams possess specialized weapons and optics for intelligence and for precision deadly force options to stop an armed suspect and protect innocent civilians. Their authorized use is only for the precision rifle team. Officers may use deadly force to protect themselves or others from what they reasonably believe is an imminent threat of death or serious bodily injury, and that will carry out through much of the equipment that we will show tonight. The capabilities are obviously an operational range of 0 to 1,000 feet. We acquired our first sniper rifles in 1977. We are thankful to report we've had to use them 0 times, and we currently have 3 different models in our inventory and the associated ammunition that goes with those specialized weapons. Category 12, noise flash diversionary devices and explosive breaching tools, munitions containing tear gas, also referred to as CS gas, or pepper spray or pepper gas, also known as OC, and smoke, excluding standard service issued handheld pepper spray. Before going into category 12, and as I just explained, CS gas not only causes your eyes to water, but also impacts your respiratory system, making it difficult to breathe if you intend to resist or flee. Pepper gas also only affects your vision by causing your tear ducts to water and eyes to burn, making it difficult to see if you intend to resist or flee. And smoke simply limits vision and creates a safe screen for safe movement of officers. Smoke may also impede breathing. This equipment and the possibility it could be used in an emergency situation is why all officers are issued gas masks as part of their standard issue equipment. All of the items in category 12 are reserved for use by the SWAT team. In this first item is the SWAT diversionary device, also known as a roll flashbang. This is a non-bursting, non-fragmenting, multi-ported bang device that produces a thunderous bang with intense bright light. Its purpose is to distract, disorient, and divert attention of armed suspects prior to making entry to apprehend suspects or rescue officers or innocent civilians. Of the authorized use is distraction, diversionary devices for high-risk situations or to defend against a threat to life or serious bodily injury, or to bring an objectively dangerous and unlawful situation safely and effectively under control. We have had this equipment since 1977. And in all of our history, we've had 3 use deployments. And I can go into more details on those, but for time's sake, I don't know that it's significant. We have 25 currently in inventory. Moving on to the second item in category 12, the tear gas grenade launching cup. This is a housing unit only that attaches to a SWAT shotgun and is used solely for the purpose of launching some of the chemical agents I'll show you in a moment. It can obviously launch the OC pepper spray or tear gas canisters, providing the opportunity to project the item or the canister farther than hand delivery. Its purpose is solely to deliver chemical agents pursuant with current law and policy, and its authorized use is when the delivery of those chemical agents are necessary beyond what can be done by hand. It's a delivery system only. We acquired it in 1977. We've had 0 use deployments. We currently have 2 in our inventory. Moving on to item number 3 in category 12, the tear gas grenade riot control continuous discharge CS grenade. This is for outdoor use. It's a high volume discharge canister for use that expels a chemical agent in 20 to 40 seconds. Its obviously purpose is to distract, disorient, and divert attention from armed suspects prior to making entry into an area to apprehend suspects or rescue officers or innocent civilians in riot/crowd control situations. Its authorized use is to defend against a threat to life or serious bodily injury, or to bring an objectively dangerous and unlawful situation safely and effectively under control. Its effective range, it can be up to 450 feet. It is used outdoor exclusively. We acquired this in 1977. We've had 0 use deployments. We currently have 20 of these canisters in our inventory. Moving on to item number 4. This is an indoor tear gas grenade. This is also flameless because it is used in indoor settings. Also with a high volume continuous discharge canister for indoor use that expels a chemical agent in 20 to 25 seconds. Its purpose is also to distract, disorient, and divert attention of armed suspects prior to making entry or to apprehend a suspect or rescue innocent civilians, or force suspects to exit and surrender from enclosed structures or vehicles. Authorized use is used by SWAT only to defend against the threat of life or serious bodily injury, or to bring an objectively dangerous and unlawful situation safely and effectively under control. It can also be used up to 400 feet. It was acquired in 1977. We've had 0 use deployments since we've had it, and we currently have 10 of these canisters in our inventory. Item number 5 is the tear gas grenade defense technology flameless expulsion CS grenade, also for the indoor use. It's a non-pyrotechnical canister for indoor use that expels an active chemical agent in a confined area up to 1,500 square feet in approximately 3 seconds. Again, same purpose, to distract or disorient and divert attention off armed suspects prior to making entry, or obviously to rescue innocent civilians or force suspects to exit and surrender an enclosed structure or vehicle. Again, authorized use is only to SWAT and for life-threatening or serious bodily injury situations, or to bring an objectively dangerous situation under control. It was acquired in 1977, also 0 deployments and 20 in inventory. Item number 6 in category 12, this is the final item in this category, is a smoke-only grenade by Defense Technology. It's a high volume continuous discharge canister for outdoor use that emits a gray-white smoke only for approximately 1 to 2 minutes. Obviously, its purpose is to distract, disorient, and divert attention of armed suspects prior to making entry into an area, or to apprehend a suspect or rescue officers or innocent civilians in a riot or crowd control situation. May be used to determine wind and speed direction for chemical agent deployments when necessary. Authorized use, again, to defend against the threat to life or serious bodily injury, or to bring an objectively dangerous and unlawful situation safely and effectively under control. Range is again up to 450 feet, acquired in 1977, 0 use deployments. We have 4 currently in inventory. Moving on to category 14, and I know this is a lot of information, I appreciate everyone's patience, but we're getting close. You'll see here less lethal force options available to patrol officers used to distract, disorient and divert attention of armed suspects or those engaged in violence or threats of violence, to safely apprehend suspects without the use of deadly force. These two weapons, along with the taser, provide critically important, less lethal options to deadly force, as each have limits in their use related to effective range. Again, as I stated earlier, the taser's effective range is 21 feet. The beanbag shotgun has a range up to 75 feet, and the 40 millimeter launcher reaches out to 120 feet. And here we're talking about the 40 millimeter multi-round launcher by Defense Technology. This is used by SWAT only. It is a double action multi-shot 40 millimeter delivery system designed to discharge 40 millimeter less lethal munitions. And we'll go into those munitions in a minute. The purpose is less lethal force option beyond the range of a shotgun beanbag to distract, disorient, and divert attention of armed suspects or those engaged in violence or threats of violence, and to safely apprehend suspects without the use of deadly force. I've indicated the authorized use to defend against the threat of life or serious bodily injury, or to bring an objectively dangerous and unlawful situation safely and effectively under control. It reaches up to 120 feet. It was acquired in 1977. We've had 0 use deployments of this piece of equipment. We have 1 currently in inventory. Here is a single 40 millimeter launcher. The first one was a multi launcher. This one's a single round by Defense Technology. It's a double action, single shot 40 millimeter delivery system, and it will discharge the 40 millimeter less lethal munitions that we'll discuss in the following slides. And again, the same purpose as the first piece of equipment that I showed you. Again, acquired in 1977. We've had 1 use deployment in 2019. Where we used the sponge munition during a felony domestic violence suspect incident, where the suspect was prior law enforcement, barricaded in a business, and possibly armed with a firearm. After we'd used that less lethal weapon, we were able to take the suspect safely into custody. We currently have 8 of these in our inventory. Category 14, again, here we're going into the munitions. And you'll see here a 40 millimeter foam tipped exact impact munition. The less lethal option, again, is the same. The purpose of the equipment and the authorized use is the same as the launcher itself. In this particular case, it's a foam sponge munition. And as I indicated earlier, we've had 1 use since acquiring this equipment in 1977. We currently have 100 of these rounds in our inventory. Here we have the less lethal munitions, which are kinetic energy projectiles. The photograph on the left depicts the multiple rubber baton, and the picture on the right shows the less lethal impact round Stinger 32 caliber rubber balls. Obviously, the purpose and authorized use is the same, a less lethal force option beyond the range of the shotgun beanbag to distract, disorient, and divert attention of armed suspects or those engaged in violence or threats of violence, and to safely apprehend suspects without the use of deadly force. You'll see that, well, I'll explain to you that the multiple round rubber baton has an operational range of 30 to 60 feet, while the caliber or the 32 caliber rubber balls have an operational range of 15 to 30 feet. We've possessed both of these since approximately 1977. We have 10 of the multiple round rubber baton, and we have 6 of the impact round Stinger 32 caliber rubber balls in inventory. We have used both of these 0 times since we've had them in our inventory. Here we have 40 millimeter munitions assigned to SWAT. These are kinetic energy projectiles by Defense Technology. They are direct impact chemical agent as well as an impact weapon. It's a 40 millimeter crushable foam tip projectile containing pepper spray, irritant capable of traveling to a max range of 120 feet. That's the one on the left. The one on the right can deliver tear gas. Noting that there's OC on one and CS on the other. The purpose is to provide, again, less lethal direct impact with chemical agents to distract or disorient a suspect. The authorized use remains the same as previously discussed. And we've had these since 1977 with 0 use deployments. We have 25 of these currently in inventory. Next, and this is 7 of 9 in category 14, 40 millimeter SWAT kinetic energy projectile defense technology chemical agent ferret liquid barricader penetrator tear gas rounds. And while these look differently, they're basically the same projectile that we have in our inventory, just 2 different styles. These can reach up to 162 feet. And obviously they can penetrate walls and windows and different things. These chemical agents are exclusively used by trained members of the SWAT team, generally during high-risk tactical situations or incidents where chemical agents can be used to dislodge a suspect from a stronghold location with the least possible danger to the public, our officers, and the subject. Barricade penetrator munitions can be used to introduce a chemical agent into a building or through a window via the less lethal 40 millimeter launcher that I showed earlier. Chemical agents can be used to prevent an armed subject from accurately firing at members of the public and or officers. And obviously their authorized use is to defend against a threat to life or serious bodily injury, or to bring an objectively dangerous and unlawful situation safely and effectively under control. The capabilities that are different between this round and the previous round is this is a breaching round through walls, doors, and windows to a distance of 162 feet. We've possessed these items since 1977. We've had 0 use deployments, and we currently have 12 in inventory. Here is a less lethal beanbag shotgun. They are converted Remington 870 shotguns. These are obviously marked differently than the patrol rifles. We do not want to risk mixing munitions between deadly and less lethal. So all of our less lethal shotguns have orange stocks and are clearly marked. This clearly marked less lethal delivery system is used to deploy beanbag rounds, which I'll show you in a minute. Serves as a less lethal force option used to distract, disorient, and divert attention of armed suspects or those engaged in violence or threats of violence to safely apprehend the suspect without the use of deadly force. The authorized use remains the same: defense against a threat to life or serious bodily injury, or to bring an objectively dangerous situation safely and effectively under control. This is a single shot pump action shotgun for beanbag munitions, effective up to 75 feet. We first deployed these in the field in 2002. Since then, we've averaged 2 deployments a year. There are currently 27 in our inventory. Every patrol car has a less lethal beanbag shotgun assigned to it. And finally, in category 14, here is the projectile and the munition used by the beanbag shotgun. It's a 12 gauge fiber bag filled around with capable of traveling up to 75 feet. And notable uses have been the armed subject on Arlington Drive who was disarmed after the use of the beanbag round. The other was an incident I was personally involved in. And I know that if we didn't have the beanbag shotgun, we responded to an elderly subject who was attacking roommates in an assisted living center with a tree saw, and the beanbag shotgun was able to disarm him and allow us to take him into custody. We currently have 300 of these rounds in our inventory. That's it for the categories for this portion of the presentation. I'll move now to public outreach. In addition to the community academies I spoke to earlier in the presentation, we also conducted the following outreach. In June of 2020, staff held a community town hall where discussion regarding specialized equipment led to the development of our specialized equipment page on the police website. You go to the cityofpetaluma.org/police-department-specialized-equipment. You can see this information and the conversation that occurred in June of 2020. Obviously, on the tentative agendas for April 22nd, and I'm sorry, that must have been April 18th, I believe, and June 6th. And then, of course, April 2022, we had the meeting where we noticed on the police department website and social media the full text of AB 481. We also listed all the military equipment defined by AB 481 currently in the police department's possession. We had a draft of the staff report and a draft policy 709, which is military equipment funding, acquisition, and use, displayed on that site. And then on April 18th, the public notice regarding was on the city council's agenda for new business item, which announced this public hearing tonight on June 6th. And then, of course, the hearing that we're engaged in right now. The photograph there on the right is one of our community academy classes receiving a tour of the mobile command vehicle. Following tonight's meeting, communications staff will be doing additional outreach to the community to be sure all of this information is translated and available to be accessed on a variety of locations. Lastly, while the survey was not sanctioned by the city in May of this year, the Argus Courier conducted a poll asking this question: do Petaluma police need military equipment? And while I recognize, and we recognize, the question was without context, the results indicated 72.5% said yes, and 27.5% said no. Compliance and accountability. As I mentioned, we've established the webpage. The page discusses AB 481 and the qualifying equipment in possession of the department. It has also established a community feedback process in which the following email address of Petaluma Police Equipment at cityofpetaluma.org has been activated to receive comments, concerns, and complaints from community members regarding the department's use of military equipment. Review and compliance under AB 481 will also be under the scope of responsibility of the independent police auditor. Annual reports related to military equipment will be published to the specialized equipment page and the city website, and will also be included in the independent police auditor reports to city council, city manager, and the police chief. So how does all this affect Petaluma? Obviously, with city council adoption, we would continue to have access to each of these resources currently available prior to the passage of AB 481. In addition, the corresponding policies and procedures would remain in effect as they were before AB 481 was passed. Staff will be required to implement a tracking system for equipment use in preparation for the annual report, and community and officer safety will be maintained. Without city council adoption, the department will cease the use of equipment designated by AB 481. The department would no longer be a full-service law enforcement agency and will rely on mutual aid by outside agencies like the Sonoma County Sheriff's Office. We would lose direct command and control of critical emergency situations and not be able to respond to requests for mutual aid by outside agencies. Community and officer safety would obviously be compromised. I would also like to make an important point I hope the community and the council will take from this presentation, and that we have possessed all this equipment for many years, and in most cases decades, without any incidents that would question the decision to deploy or use the listed equipment. To the contrary, as a law enforcement agency, we have demonstrated that we only use this equipment when absolutely warranted and lawful, and in most cases have never had to use most of this equipment. I do hope that that trend continues, but again, we are ready for what could happen, not what has or has not happened in our community. Again, thank you for the time to present this information to you, Madam Mayor, council members, and the community we serve. I hope we've addressed in sufficient detail the information you need to adopt this ordinance and allow your police department to continue to provide community safety as it has for more than 164 years. City Attorney Danley is available also for any questions related to the rest of the legal process this evening, which includes the staff recommended ordinance adoption. And staff is here to address any questions, which includes Lieutenant Jeremy Walsh, our commander of the Crisis Response Unit. And I thank you very much for your time, and will address any questions that you have. At this point, I'll stop sharing my screen.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Police Chief. And so I will bring it back to the council for questions and clarifications. So I will start at the end of the dais. Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Chief, for that very long and thorough presentation. Question is, what happened in 1977 where we essentially went on what seemed like a buying spree? Do you know?
Well, it wasn't a buying spree in 1977. That's the earliest evidence that we have found that we actually formed a specialized weapons and tactics team, or a SWAT team.
And do you actually need all that equipment that is on that list, particularly category 14 and 12?
Do I hope we never have to use it, especially some of that equipment that we reported zero uses on? Yes, I do. Would it be prudent to not have that equipment should a situation arise that we need it? I would not recommend that. I would not recommend what we have brought you tonight, Councilmember Fisher, is the equipment that we feel we need to be a ready, well-trained department to respond to any situation that might arise.
And so clarify for me, so if you get a call where SWAT is required, they sort of predetermine what equipment they're going to grab, or is it always available for them when they're
When the crisis response unit is activated, all of that equipment is available to them so that they can adapt to whatever the situation is that's unfolding in front of them.
Okay. And then I had a question about the inventory of the non-military guns and the rifles that we approved in 2020.
Yes.
I don't see how they're listed here in terms of the years and the lifespan. So I see those, what was it, the Sig Sauer?
Yeah, so if you look at attachment.
Is that they were acquired in 1999.
Yeah, so in 1999, when we first authorized patrol rifles, the city did not have the funding available to provide those weapons to the officers. And so officers that wish to possess this tool, should it be needed, were forced to purchase them on their own. And they carried their own weapons until the city was able to finally purchase and fund them and provide them to staff, which there's obviously a variety of issues that go along with having a personally owned weapon that you're using for an official capacity. And so the purchase of those rifles in 2020 replaced those personally owned weapons. And then there is an exact accounting of the standard issue weapons in attachment 2C. I just wanted to make sure that you saw that one.
That's what I'm looking at, and it says that those were purchased in 1999.
First purchase. So the patrol rifle we first had in our possession as a piece of equipment in 1999 as personally owned weapons. And then those weapons were replaced by the city with department issued weapons in the action in 2020.
So that's not really reflected in this 2C attachment. That doesn't tell me that you actually purchased however many we did, 54 in 2020, and what the lifespan of those are.
Right. And well, let me make this distinction for you, Councilmember Fisher. The total inventory, while we only needed to purchase 54, was because over the years, the department had acquired other rifles that helped us not need to purchase a total of, we're authorized 70 officers. So we were able to acquire some of those newer rifles that were department owned between 1999 and when we replaced them in 2020. And I'm seeing here that you're correct. So it does indicate 1999, and what it should have said underneath that was 2020 replacement.
With whatever the number of the replacement was. 54,
Yes.
Yeah. And then in looking at, going back to that other attachment, the inventory for the other categories, it says that many of those lifespans that were purchased in 1977 were only like 5 years or 10 years. So
Yes,
what does that actually mean?
So again, due to budget constraints and not having the financial resources, we have found that over the years, we have held on to some of this equipment longer than its recommended shelf life, which is not safe for our staff nor the community if we had to deploy it. So we are now in a position where anything that's been expired or beyond its useful life is now on a regular cycle to be replaced. Did I lose you there, Councilmember Fisher?
You did, because clearly in the staff report and the presentation, what I'm hearing is you're just asking to buy drones. You're not asking to replace any of this other equipment.
That's correct. I may have misunderstood.
Which counters what you just said.
Well, I'm sorry. I was speaking specifically to some of the munitions and things that, when you look at, actual shelf life and
Right.
items having to be replaced. But with respect to your question specifically about category 1, yes, that is the only item that we are asking to purchase in the next fiscal year.
So those items in categories specifically 12 and 14 that are clearly expired from 1977 and were only good for 5 years to begin with, you're not replacing those, or you've not ever replaced those?
They have already been replaced.
So then what I'm reading here in this attachment 2B, again, is not accurate. So they were first purchased in 1977 and then they've been purchased again or replaced during a certain year that's not reflected in this?
Yes, I'm sure multiple times throughout the years. And what we tried to indicate when we acquired was the first year that we had this type of equipment. And then we've tried as best as possible to indicate any significant upgrades or changes in that supply. But when it comes to the munitions, we have been replacing those more recently. But in years past, we found that we've held on to expired munitions because of budget concerns.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to piggyback on Councilmember Fisher's questions because I think it will help continuity in terms of our thinking here. I read the inventories the same way Councilmember Fisher did, in that I read if you got it in 1977 and it had a 5-year lifespan, we were still hanging on to something that had a 5-year lifespan. So given that the whole point of AB 481 is transparency and clarity, I think this absolutely has to be rewritten in terms of going forward. This is not clear. This should say not only that they have a 5-year lifespan, which is a good thing to know, but what do you do with these? You said you use them very infrequently. What have you been doing with the out-of-date ones?
We've used them in training situations for training purposes only.
Okay, and then you purchase new ones.
That's correct.
So I think that needs to be made clear because it isn't made clear in this graph or this table.
I appreciate that, Madam Mayor. Maybe I could add some clarity. So what we are trying to reflect here is what we maintain in inventory for readiness. What the law indicates that we need to report on in this inventory is to not only show when it was acquired, but what the expected lifespan is, so that it can be that you can see and we can all see looking ahead at what intervals some of this equipment will need to be replaced. It's almost like financial forecasting. And I think that was the intent of the law. So when it says, for example, every 5 years under category 7, the breaching rounds, that's based on best practices for replacing those munitions if they have not been used in training and need to be replaced. So if we use the rounds that we have in training, we don't obviously want to be without. So we would use rounds for training and then replace them in our inventory so that we remain ready with the inventory we have listed. Does that help explain some of that?
Well, it does help, but then, the question is then if you haven't used, 100 of these things that have 5-year lifespan, hopefully you're not buying another 100.
That's correct. The only reason we would replace them is if it's no longer safe because of their shelf life. We wouldn't want to use anything that was unsafe, even in a training setting.
So if you buy 100 in year 2022 and in 2028, they're already out of date, do you buy another 100 or do you say, well, maybe we need to buy fewer because we didn't use 100?
If they've all become expired, we would replace them, but we would also be noticing you as the governing body for that year that we intended to replace them. The law requires us to indicate the lifespan on this inventory.
And I guess I would be saying to future councils that they should be looking at the number that are on hand. And if you're not using them, we shouldn't be buying another 100 of them if they haven't been used.
If they haven't been used and they haven't expired, that's
no,
correct.
If they have expired, we should be buying some, but why buy 100 of them? If this is not something that gets used.
I understand what you're saying. If you're indicating that if we've been inventorying more than are necessary, yes, we would reduce that number. I understand what you're saying. That's a fair assumption, yes.
Okay, so that is just piggybacking on the comment that was brought up by Councilmember Fisher, but I will go ahead with the rest of the council's questions on this. Councilmember, well, actually, I'm going to try and take Councilmember Barnacle, just because I can't really see the people who are not here. So Councilmember Barnacle, did you have any questions or at this point?
Two questions. Chief, thank you for the thorough presentation. My first question, you mentioned that we've deployed drones 4 times and that they were by other agencies. Can you just give an example of what those events were?
Yes, we executed a high-risk search and arrest warrant at a residence on the west side close to City Hall. And the sheriff's office brought their drone team down to provide aerial perimeter scene control from the air, as well as in previous situations, we would use a robot potentially to enter a structure to check, especially if someone's reported to be armed, rather than risking the safety of our staff. And we're finding now that with drone technology, we can actually use a drone to enter a structure and to search and to see without sending officers in. So that's just one example. We've also used them at fatal traffic collision scenes. And we've used them from other jurisdictions when we didn't have the resource available.
Great, thanks. One other question. Why would we not want to hold other agencies to the same standard that we have in ours? That's one question.
We absolutely do and would. And what I tried to communicate earlier, and I'll make 2 points. One is that the use of force laws are the same across the state. And so that was the point I was trying to make, that every agency under 481 is required to go through the same process. And they have to follow the same purpose and authorized use exercise that we are going through, and they follow the same criteria. So I was trying to reassure the council with my comments that any request to or from us for mutual aid would be met with the same use and purpose and authorized use that I explained tonight.
Got you. So they would only be authorized to use the equipment that we are authorized to use here, and then the standards of use would be essentially the same.
The standards for use would be the same. They may have other equipment, as you saw from one of the graphics that I showed, but typically there would have to be a reason for the use of a piece of equipment that we didn't have, and it would have to be consistent with our use policies. So, if they were to use it and there were exigent circumstances, the policy and the law requires that I report that to the governing body within 30 days. And all of that, as well as any inventory changes, whether it's for training or any deployments, will be included in the annual report to address some of the inventory questions by your colleagues before you.
Great, thank you.
Okay, I hope I don't jump in on everybody, but just to stay on the same topic, if we have not approved a use of a piece of equipment or military equipment, then I don't think that our police should be using it, because that is not something that has been approved. And one of the statements in the ordinance, page 3 of the ordinance, section 3, number 5, says that staff shall seek approval from the city council prior to the acquisition or use of any specified or specialized or military equipment as defined by the government code, section 7070. That is not held in the police department's current inventory unless exigent circumstances exist, which is what Chief Savano just said, where delaying the acquisition or use of the equipment would jeopardize the safety of the Petaluma community or members of the police department. Well, how are you going to convene a city council meeting in order to get prior authority if it's an emergency situation? Either this whole section has to be struck because it's absolutely irrelevant, or you cannot use equipment from another mutual aid group that we have not already approved. I mean, that's why we are having this discussion, is to say what we approve use of and what we don't approve use of.
Completely understand, Madam Mayor, and I'll try to address that in more sufficient detail. Every jurisdiction, especially all of our neighboring jurisdictions, are going through the exact same process we are this evening. And they are bound to approving authorized use and purpose of that equipment the same way we are, with the same guidelines. And so if an outside agency were to come into our city during a mutual aid request through unified command, we would not be asking for or authorizing them to use something that is outside the scope of what's been approved in this policy or in this public hearing. If there were exigent circumstances that warranted the use of a piece of equipment that has not been authorized under this city and this discussion, we have in the policy an exigency circumstance and clause that we would then have 30 days to report that to the council and discuss what the circumstances were and what type of equipment was used. And if we need to modify our policy going forward, we can have that discussion then. But I want to assure the council and staff and the community that the use of force laws in this state mean that any use of any of this equipment has to meet those thresholds before it can be used. And the law is not going to allow something that isn't discussed and approved in any jurisdiction. And so any agency that we would call on here in Petaluma is going through the exact same exercise that we are tonight, under the same rules and laws that govern the use of this equipment.
Yes, but there's a range of equipment that each jurisdiction may approve or not approve. And so in going to mutual aid, I think we're having that conversation right now about what we are approving. And if it doesn't include something that another city does approve, I don't want our police using it.
And that's loud and clear, Madam Mayor. And I want to assure you that unless there was an absolute clearly articulable set of circumstances that warranted the use of a piece of equipment to save lives in that given moment, that we do not plan to use equipment that has not been authorized by this council. But I can't speak to every single situation that could arise. And I wouldn't want to risk the lives of our community members or the safety of our community members or our officers should that piece of equipment be needed in that exact circumstance at that exact time. And the law recognizes that we can't convene this body for that discussion. But my commitment to you as your police chief is that when we work in a unified command setting under mutual aid, we have the ability to say yes or no to what we're going to do. And that's part of what we appreciate as a full service law enforcement agency, to not give up that command and control in these critical emergency situations. My commitment to you and the rest of the council is we will only stick to the equipment that is authorized unless there is sufficient circumstances that would warrant it, and we'll immediately report it to you.
Well, we can come back to this, but I'm not comfortable with that response, but thank you. Council Member Barnacle, did you have any other questions at this point?
No, I don't. I'm sorry, Madam Mayor.
That's okay. Okay, thank you. So then we'll go to Council Member Healy.
Thank you. So I had 3 questions. The first one I think is pretty easy, Chief. The photograph you showed of the type of drone you wanted to purchase for the department was obviously unarmed. Can you just confirm that the ones you will be purchasing are also unarmed?
That's correct, Councilmember Healy. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. And then secondly, I'm trying to wrap my head around this concept of all jurisdictions in California having to comply with the same rules, and I don't know if that's something new with AB 481 or if it's really existing law that's been in place for a while. And the question that I have in my mind is, I know that after the George Floyd demonstrations in Santa Rosa, the Santa Rosa Police Department, possibly the Sheriff's Department, but I believe it was Santa Rosa PD, was using some of these non-lethal rounds you were referencing earlier, or something very similar to them. And they ended up settling litigation for over $1 million stemming from the use of that equipment. Can you talk about that and distinguish where Petaluma is on that?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Very good question. So two things have changed since George Floyd. One, obviously, as I mentioned earlier, was Assembly Bill 392, which set the standard for use of force policy and use in the state. Secondly, following similar situations across this country, California enacted new legislation related to civil unrest and protest situations that elevated the criteria for when those types of force options could be deployed. So for example, we may have been in a situation where prior to this new legislation, the protection of minor acts of vandalism or other disruptive activities like blocking the roadway and other things that may be considered peaceful demonstrations, the use of that equipment would now not be authorized unless it then rises to the level of actually talking about significant threat to property or violence against others, including the community or officers. And at that point, that type of force could be used. And while I mentioned earlier, I hope that we never have to use that force, and I'm proud to be in a position to not be talking about a lot of situations where we've had to use that equipment. I certainly can't predict what's going to happen in the future. And so I appreciate the question. I hope that addresses it.
So that's a situation that, in your opinion, has been rectified and is not likely to repeat itself.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay, thank you. And then my third question is really for the city attorney, and that is, what would be the upshot if the council did not choose to adopt this measure here tonight?
Thank you, Councilmember Healy. That was one of the things that was addressed in the chief's presentation. The use of this equipment would have to cease. So the preparedness that is intended to be achieved by the availability and the training for that equipment would also cease, as would the department's status as a full service agency that can control crisis events in the city. It doesn't have to rely on the control of outside agencies in those events.
And then maybe I missed this, but can you just reiterate what the continuing update on this is going to be? Will there be an annual update that the council needs to approve? Is that?
Yes, they'll be reporting to the council and approval. Another council action. It doesn't just keep rolling forward. So the same, actually, this is the first, depending on how things proceed, would be the first of annual sequence. And there's also a whole community engagement process that there'll be a separate meeting and like a workshop type setting to address public questions and concerns. And that's one of the reasons why that mechanism for the public to lodge those has been created. So that would come forward as part of that process.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Those were my questions.
Thanks.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Chief, I had a few questions as well. One would be relate to well, let's start with the exigent circumstances we've already started on. And it's
I'm sorry, can you speak up just a little bit? It's hard to hear
Yes.
you.
It's a little different than the other questions. It's
Or closer to the microphone.
It's in relation to the last portion of that where it says to report to the council within 30 days unless such information is confidential or privileged under local, state, or federal law. Can you give me an example of such a situation that would be confidential or privileged?
I can't, but there's always unique situations that come up, and maybe City Attorney Danley may be able to think of a situation, but there's always the ability to generally report about a situation and still protect certain privacies and privileges that are protected by law.
And
our intent, I'm sorry, Councilmember, our intent would be as transparent as legally possible, and we would work with the City Attorney's Office to make that notification and share those details as soon as possible.
So I think our city attorney wants to jump in here.
I was just going to add, I'm sorry, I interrupted you, Chief. I'm just trying to think of any confidentiality or privilege that would even bar our updating the council in a confidential or privileged communication, and I'm hard pressed to do that unless there's some kind of an order from the court or something, and I can't imagine what that would be. I'm racking my brain to do that. So even if, for example, I'm sorry, Madam Mayor.
Not being a lawyer, my question would be, what if something happened like Councilmember Healy just brought up, and then there was an immediate lawsuit, and it was against one of our police or several of our police officers? Would that be something where you could not discuss it because it's under?
It might be something that I wouldn't be free to discuss publicly, but the privilege that we have runs to the council, and the council controls it. So in that kind of a situation, we actually have an accelerated duty.
You have to talk into this.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The mask makes it harder. In that kind of a situation, we actually have an even more imperative duty to communicate with the council, and we can do that. As you know, we have confidential channels for doing that. So I'm just being very forthright with council as we're talking right now. I can't think of a circumstance. I've never experienced a circumstance in my practice where there was some kind of order or authority that would, and certainly not the situation of if litigation is brought concerning the conduct of our officers in an incident that's either a Petaluma incident or outside of Petaluma. That's the kind of thing that we need to report to the council immediately. It may be confidential and not available to the public, but we would have a duty to apprise the council of that, and we certainly would.
Would you recommend then that we delete that last portion of that?
I'm at a loss about that because it must be there for a reason. And I'm sorry, council member, can you point me to which section in the policy of the ordinance?
709.7.
709. So in the policy itself.
The last line
Let me go to that,
and
just
the
one
two words before the last line.
Provide written codification of the acquisition use of city within 30 days, unless such information is confidential or privileged under local, state, or federal law. I think that's a safety valve provision. I mean, I guess it's conceivable that something might be made secret by federal law. Maybe if national defense is involved or something. And that would certainly be
okay. If you're not
preemptive.
feeling we should remove it, I'm okay.
Yeah, I mean, I've never experienced that either, but I guess that's theoretically possible.
Thank you.
But certainly in the example that was given, we would be communicating that immediately to the council.
Okay. My second question has to do with the annual report 709.8. And it talks about summaries of complaints. And I was wondering if we needed more specific recommendations in light of how infrequently we use all this equipment. If we would specifically say that we need the date, time, and case number of any time these things are used, or if we're covered for that with the way this is worded now.
Councilmember Posake, Vice Mayor Posake, from my perspective, a summary would include at a minimum that information. And also, and I tried to make this point in the presentation, that there will be a secondary level of review in that reporting and in this annual report that be performed by the independent police auditor.
Okay. And the last question has to do, I'm having trouble finding it right now, but I think it is in the ordinance actually, where it talks about the physical impact of all these things. And it's an extensive list of training and beyond purchase and maintenance to also include training and perhaps practice firing the weapon and such as that, which I think would increase the physical impact significantly. I was wondering, that leads to another question of how often are the patrol officers required to practice using their standard issue rifles, for example?
Yes, great question, Vice Mayor Postacate. So to your first point, I want you to know that we will obviously expand on the fiscal impacts of this equipment inventory and use policy. So for example, I've heard pretty clearly that we'd like to go beyond, some of the preliminary estimates that we've made to meet the deadlines of this legislation and actually look at the frequency of use and the staff time involved for the necessary training. So my commitment to you is as the first annual report comes back, we will expand and go into greater detail on the fiscal impacts of all of this equipment covered under AB 481. To your second point, as I indicated in the presentation, and I'll just remind the council and the public that when it comes to our firearms training, the SWAT team and the SWAT operators train monthly, so do the sniper teams. And then our patrol officers train quarterly on firearms. So that would include their standard issue duty handguns. And then they qualify annually on shotgun, patrol rifle, and the beanbag shotgun. So clearly, our inventory is also on hand to make sure that we have sufficient inventory to provide the necessary training throughout the fiscal year. And we will continue to evaluate that to make sure we're only purchasing that inventory that we need to have ready and be prepared, but also to address our training needs throughout the year.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Councilmember McDonald?
Thank you very much. Getting back to that point about the mutual aid and folks bringing in different things, can you think of equipment that is being considered by a mutual aid responder that is off our list? Are all local agencies pretty much adopting the same policy, or sheriffs doing a different thing?
No, everyone's adopting. Thank you, Councilmember. It's a great question. Everyone's adopting similar use policies and under the current state of the use of force laws that we've been speaking about. But you do see, as you look down the columns in the attachment 2C, I believe, that there are some equipment that other departments have that we don't have. And one of those is the long range acoustical devices or shockwave, microwave weapons. We just haven't found that they've been effective or necessarily needed in situations that we're preparing to respond to. One example of a difference would be if you look over at category 3, you'll see that the Sonoma County Sheriff's Department does have a vehicle that's equipped to help breach a building. So this could be a situation where if we were in a situation where, let's just say, taking current events, a building was fortified beyond our ability to breach, to get in and rescue and save lives, and we needed a vehicle that had a breaching apparatus on the front of it to actually penetrate cinder block walls or, defended, barricaded doorways that we couldn't breach any other way. That would be an example where, under the circumstances, the use of that equipment would be warranted. We currently don't possess that type of equipment that would have an even larger battering ram attached to the front of the vehicle that could then be used to breach a wall to make entry. Does that address your question sufficiently, council member?
Yes, and thanks for pointing out that it's in the attachment. I just wanted to know what kind of what equipment we deem not necessary that others are considering from their perspectives.
Well, and I should qualify that if I could, council member. I wouldn't say that if, I'm sure Lieutenant Jeremy Walsh, and he's in charge of the crisis response unit, we would not want to have to wait for a piece of equipment that we didn't have. And as we look forward, we may be discussing having that piece of equipment. But my point is that when you look down this list, I think all of the agencies are recognizing that some of this military equipment is not really standard issue or standard equipment that any modern law enforcement agency is using to maintain public safety. And that's why you see a similarity in all these columns with the equipment that in the categories that are listed. And I think that's part of the intent of 481 is to really evaluate the equipment that we should have. And we've been very thoughtful and careful about what we have brought so that we are ready and prepared to address any situation that comes forward.
Okay, clear. One other question on from the public, we've been asked that the policy might include a phraseology such as the military equipment must only be used after department personnel by department personnel after they've successfully completed applicable training courses required by the Commission Peace Officer Standards and Training. I'm assuming that that's well documented through our document, right?
It is, and I hope and I appreciate Council Member Fisher and the rest of you there and everyone listening in tonight. This is a lot of information. And if I were to go through every single policy that exists for every piece of equipment that I've shared with you tonight, we'd be here for a few more days. But I do want to reiterate that all of those policies require a minimum standard of training. An officer cannot just grab a piece of equipment that they have not been trained on and are certified to use or carry or deploy. So yes, affirmatively to your question, that is all documented in all of the policies attached to this inventory, and they're all available online so that members of the public as well as staff and council can see those policies that reiterate that very question.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Councilmember King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a few questions. I appreciate the report. I think the length of time you gave tonight was probably a good length of time in comparison to days. But one of the things that popped up at the end of the slides that I didn't pick up from the report, and I'd like either you or the city attorney to expand on this, is there's a reference to if our military use policy is not approved, then there's some type of deference to the county sheriff. That was on one of the final slides, and I'm curious what that really means.
I'm sorry for interrupting you, Councilmember King. I believe I understand your question. If I could refer you to, I believe it's 2C, which is a summary of the allied law enforcement agencies and their related equipment. And what we tried to show in the first line there is all of the full service agencies that have a crisis response unit or a tactical team like SWAT. And we are just trying to simply show, if you look beyond Napa County Sheriff's Office, which is the last agency with a check mark in that first column, that first row, you'll notice that most of them are smaller jurisdictions that haven't had the need or the resources to have their own crisis response unit. So if this equipment is not authorized in this action that's before us, we will fall into one of those categories. And therefore, when a situation occurs in our community, we would have to rely on mutual aid. We would not be able to handle the incident ourselves. And so that's the reference to having to request mutual aid. And in our structure in the state of California and federally under the National Incident Management System, mutual aid requests go first from the local jurisdiction to the county sheriff. If the county sheriff or the surrounding agencies cannot meet the need of the mutual aid request, it'll then go to an outside county, and then from there up to the state, and then from there to the federal government. So that's what I was referencing there.
Okay, so the second part of this is, there's been some concerns about some of the information in the report tonight. Is there a deadline for approval of a military use policy that exists?
There is a deadline, but we already satisfied it by the public notice that we started before May 2nd.
All right, so
we're in process, we're on track right now.
Okay. Is there ultimately a deadline? I mean, we can't be in process forever. I mean,
No,
I suppose we could, but I don't.
There's a timetable for the subsequent reporting and all that. So, but Ken, I don't think I'm missing anything with respect to concluding this process.
No, you're correct. We had to initiate it before May 1st.
Right.
And the process, obviously tonight, if adopted, would be the first reading. followed by a second reading.
But is there a deadline? Starting the process is one thing. Is there a deadline for finishing this process?
I'm not aware of one in the statute, Councilmember King.
Okay.
Chief Savano, can I ask a question? But can you use the equipment if council doesn't approve it until council approves it?
I would turn to City Attorney Danley, but my understanding would be if the process is still underway, we still have access to the equipment.
I think that's
Thank you.
right. And I'm just checking it. The only specific deadline is the May 1 deadline. And then there's noticing deadlines after the establishment of the policy, also in the statute. But it doesn't really prescribe the time by which the policy determinations have to conclude.
Okay.
And if I could, Councilmember King, just to follow up to that, a lot of jurisdictions have gone before their elected bodies with an urgency ordinance. And we chose to take a different approach. We chose to notice the public as a new business item back in April, and bring this to an actual public hearing for this kind of dialogue and public input. So I think that the intent of the legislature is to allow that process to carry forward. So that's why I don't believe there's a deadline on getting this process completed.
Yeah, I would assume that the expectation is it gets completed at some reasonable time, but
yeah,
it's not defined anywhere, then that answers my question for the moment. And then my other question is, in the staff report, there's a reference to AB 841. The staff report I have doesn't have a page number, but it's about the third page at the top. Third page. Make sure I get you the right spot there. No, fifth page at the top. And it says, the military equipment is necessary because there is no reasonable alternative that can achieve the same objective of officer and civilian safety. Was there any, I probably should have looked at the act itself, but I failed. Was there any definition about either what reasonable alternative is, a specific definition about what could be a reasonable alternative? Who is the decision maker with respect to reasonable alternatives?
It's a very good question, Councilmember King, and I defer to City Attorney Danley, but I'm not aware of that additional clarification to help us process that.
There really isn't. There's some ambiguity in the statute, including what we're just talking about, because the deadline for initiating the process with the decision-making body is quite express, and it seems to be anticipatory when it says, and I think it assumes conclusion of that process when it talks about prohibiting, acquiring, collaborating with other agencies with respect to the use of or using equipment that hadn't been perceived in accordance with this law. So it's ambiguous. You know, you could say that it's not clearly authorized until this process concludes, or you could say it assumes the process is going to be concluded and then it takes effect. So that part isn't clear. And there's one of the things that the chief and I worked on when we were working on this is that you know, a number of the findings that are specified in the statute are sort of presented in a conclusory way, and a lot of the agencies have just repeated them. As a lawyer yourself, Councilmember King, you know very well that courts generally don't look fondly on conclusory findings. They don't give them a lot of weight because there's no predicate for them. So I was insistent that we needed to have one that we really tried to anchor in terms of the facts for why we were here and sort of the logic behind the chief's presentation tonight, which really focuses on preparedness for prospective possible occurrences that we hope never occur, but we're committed to being ready for if they do. So, so that's, it's a new law, and there's some things that are not.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, and that's that. Well, you answer my question. Unfortunately, the law doesn't. there's not much you can do about that tonight
Um,
or
could-
or
could
in the
I-
future.
Could I say something that might be of interest? It says here that section 7071, paren 2, close paren, no later than May 1st, 2022, a law enforcement agency seeking to continue the use of any military equipment that was acquired prior to January 1 of 2022 shall commence a governing body approval process, which is
Right.
what we're there, in accordance with this section. If the governing body does not approve the continuing use of the military equipment, including by adoption pursuant to this subdivision of a military equipment use policy submitted pursuant to subdivision B, within 180 days of the submission of the proposed military equipment use policy to the governing body, the law enforcement agency shall cease its use.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, where are you reading that?
Thank you.
That's section 7071, parentheses 2.
Seven zero seven one. Okay, and that's 7071 A2. Hang on a second. I apologize because
No,
I
it's
think that does
okay.
answer the question. Does not. Within 80 days of submission of the proposed military use policy to the government body, shall cease its use until it receives the approval. So yeah, I apologize. I missed that in
Okay.
answering the
Takes a
question.
village.
So that we are on that clock.
Okay, well, that,
But it's 180 days.
yeah, that's November 1st.
And I would say
Roughly.
it's from, well, I guess maybe it's ambiguous, but I believe the initial promulgation of the policy was to satisfy the notice. But it might have started, they might argue that it started in May 1.
Okay, well, we have some time if we need it. And that was just one of the clarifications I wanted to have. And the last thing is just a comment. I mean, one of the things I noticed that the chart, as to the number of times used, and I think this is a fortunate thing, but also a reflection on, I think, our police department, a positive reflection is the number of zeros that are on that chart, meaning never used. And that's probably how we'd like most of this to be. So I found that at least heartening, and I realize it's, up to today, but nonetheless, it does reflect the care, I think, that has been used with respect to these weapons. And I think that should be pointed out. So I'm done for the moment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I just have a couple other items, and I will agree with Councilmember King that, and also support what you just said earlier, Chief Savano, is that the number of zeros is very, very good, and it's what we want to see going forward. But also the fact that you didn't look for something as like an urgency, but you did bring this before the public, and looking for public input is exactly, what we hope for and expect in our police, and we really appreciate it. So I do want to reiterate that. And also, in that spirit, I just think it's great that we do have this little bit of a window so that we don't have to act too quickly. But okay, one of the issues I have is something that Councilmember Healy brought up earlier about the drones. And I know that, okay, I don't know this, but I suspect that military equipment is always more expensive than other equipment. But 3 drones for $25,000 seems extremely high, given that, professional camera people and news reporters and people like that, have something that's in the $1,300 to $1,500 range. And, I'm
but that's my secondary concern is the cost of them. What I'm really concerned about is that basically we don't have a drone use policy in this in our community, and I think that Council Member Healy asked if this was armed, and the answer was no. And I think that's important, although it did say it was unarmed in the report. But does this drone, it has video capability, does it have auditory capability?
Yes, it would.
Okay, it does have auditory capability. And then, so I'm concerned with how long are the videos and auditory tape records going kept? And then what are the parameters for future use of those videos and auditory records? Because that's important information. And, you know, we're currently hearing about people who are picked up who don't even know that that there's a drone flying overhead or that there are cameras around when they're just doing what they're doing. And you know, I'm concerned about the privacy issues and going back in records, finding people guilty of something other than what we were originally looking for. And I just, you know, that gives me a little bit of unease. So I'm not asking you to answer that right now, but since we do have a little bit of room, I would feel much more comfortable supporting this if I had answers to those kind of questions about what kind of policy we as a city would have about how we're using drone video and auditory records, and how we're keeping them and who has access to them and all that kind of stuff. You know, so that's one question I had. And then the other one is the meeting the annual meeting that has to happen as part of AB 481 regarding the annual report provided to the public and the council. I would like that to be done under the same circumstances that our public meetings are done, that it's publicly noticed, it is televised, it is, you know, I mean, if we're doing them in public, you know, we're going to do it in public. If we're still doing hybrid, it would be hybrid. And then I would like to have official minutes and video thing that people could look for and be available as all our other meetings have been, so that just we are keeping the same standard for everything we're doing. And so I'd like to get that included in there. And also, there was a question of required findings, that decisions about whether or not to continue using particular items that we have approved would be according to the required findings. And I'm wondering where I can find those required findings, because in the ordinance, page 2 had a section called findings, which really was sort of a perfunctory, this ordinance is being done according to the rules that we have to do it, and it's meeting all of that. It wasn't really the findings that we need to adopt for why we are going to continue using these pieces of equipment, or why we're going to stop using those, or why we're going to add something new. So that's another thing I would like to see added here. I don't think it's defined. In fact, I think the whole, all the background and information provided seems a little light on definitions. Not so much, you know, that this can go 75 feet and, you know, at this velocity, that's pretty clear. But the definition of what is a situation that needs us to step this up or introduce this. So I know you can't anticipate every possible situation, but you can certainly give us a type, you know, types of things like hostage situations, you know, public riot, what constitutes riot, you know, is a public demonstration a riot, and how far do you have to get out of control for it to be considered a riot? Those are kind of things that I need my comfort level determined by that. So
I think there was one more thing that restricting the use of, yes, I think this one was already brought up by Vice Mayor Posake, so I don't need to bring that up again. So that's all I have to say if you want to make a comment, but then we'll go to public comment.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Bear. Just very quickly, I do appreciate your comments about the proposed drone policy. I do want to indicate that in the attachment to the staff report is the proposed policy for the drones. So we did include that. It's policy 613. And we definitely want to make sure that you're comfortable with the language that's there. Specifically regarding data storage or retention of video or potential audio, that would follow the exact same retention schedule that we currently use. And we would not be using this technology for intelligence gathering or just random monitoring. Every deployment would have a specific use that is defined in policy 613. If we need to elaborate on that, we welcome that feedback, but that draft policy is included. With regard to the public meetings, absolutely agree with you in how we notice them and conduct them. And I just want to point out with regard to your comments about findings, I think the intent of the legislature is that once we have a use policy that is approved by the governing body, our responsibility as a police department, and with the assistance of an independent police auditor, obviously, is to demonstrate in the reporting process a level of trust and confidence in reporting on the situations where this equipment was used, and did it meet the established policy and use guidelines approved by this body. And if you were to find, or the body was to find, that that was not in fact the case, it provides the opportunity for us to either change the policy or make decisions going forward about whether we continue to use that equipment. So I just wanted to speak to that briefly. So thank you very much.
Okay.
And Madam Mayor, before you go to public comment, could I add a
Yes.
couple of things that I think are responsive? One is that, let's see, what section is this in the statute? It's subdivision, it's section 7071, subdivision E, that talks about the annual review and decision on the part of the legislative body whether to renew the ordinance or not. So it only has a 1-year lifespan otherwise. So that means reenacting it, which means enacting the same findings again, so that you'd have to make those same findings. And I know we talked about this a little bit already. I know those findings that we have in sections 2, starting on page 2 of the ordinance, they sound a little bit, I don't know, that and they're verbatim as to the statutory finding, and then we add our factual support behind them. I know this the statutory finding sounds a little bit canned, if you will, or static, but those are those are specified by the statute, so that's what we have to work with. And the question really is whether the council is comfortable with the predicate that's used to support that or not, and that's a decision that you revisit each year. The other thing I wanted to mention in terms of drones, or really anything else, the Constitution still stands behind all this police activity. So nothing here that the council would be considering bypasses, people's constitutional rights against unreasonable search and seizure, arrest without a warrant, exigent circumstances, all that. And we can certainly provide more information about that if there's questions about that.
Yes, I do understand that, but I do think it's very clear that I don't want to transfer the onus of proving that you're not guilty to the people. I want to keep the police doing the right thing, that is doing, not being over aggressive in those areas, even if they're constitutionally protected. So
we want the same, and that's also, if I may, I'd like to make one other comment. I appreciate, because it's not just our police department, we're a team, a management team that I think are all proud about the service record of our police department. And, obviously our colleagues in the police department play a much greater role ensuring that that's the case every day, but we really do engage Peggy's office and mine with these matters. And I think one of the things that's reflected in the record that you heard tonight about their use of force history is control of those incidents. I think it's not just about the equipment that's just deployed. It's I think even more about the leadership and the decision making that's deployed. And as a team member, accountable to you with the chief and Peggy, the city manager, for how these issues are addressed, and how we serve the public and preserve all their state and federal constitutional rights and statutory rights. That ability, that control, is I think a key part of our accountability to you and the public with respect to that. So that I think that's a relevant consideration for the council with respect to its AB 481 decisions. So thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay, so now I am going to ask our city clerk if she's received any comments prior to the meeting on this item.
Madam Mayor, yes, we received 3 public comments prior to the meeting, which are posted online with the agenda packet.
Thank you. And I have 2 people in the audience today who want to speak on this item. And then we will go to the moderator and see if there's anyone available on Zoom who would like to speak on this item. So we're going to start with Darren Recuson.
And Madam Mayor, just a reminder to the speakers that please make your comments relevant to the specific agenda item, and we will be giving you up to 3 minutes per person.
Thank you.
Darren, if you can just wait just a minute as I get my timer up, I appreciate it. Okay, you may begin.
Thank you. I just want to frame my comments by saying, obviously, this is all about safety of officers, execution of duty, balance against excessive use of force and violation potentially of civil liberties. With that said, I think we need to talk more about definitions of, alternatives to some of the items we've been discussing, appropriateness in the moment, and definition of high risk scenarios, I think is really important. Now, specifically, 709.3, I would like to lobby for maybe the inclusion of multiple equipment officers to do the duties I'm about to outline. First of all, it would be good to have an equipment officer on duty notified when equipment is being used in the field and why it's being used. Now, reading through this, clearly things like watch on duty, SWAT commander, things like that are all in the chain of command already, it seems like, to authorize use of this equipment. But I think having just another person, again, another officer dedicated to be notified, just because in that moment, in the heat of the moment, if someone outside can offer just another, if there's ever a moment where they can offer feedback to say, have we considered this? I think bringing someone else into that conversation by process is smart in this. And then I think with that, if you have multiple equipment officers, you would also be able to accelerate notice, including I would propose implementing every 7 days after or require that 7 days, at least within 7 days after the deployment of military equipment we've listed, there should be at least a public notice through the website being created of equipment used, dates and times. And I would accelerate that to a 24-hour notice for exigent use from outside entities. And with that, have an inquiry at council discretion to tease out the details. And if that's a closed session, so be it, but to tease out the details of each of these scenarios. I think because of, as they've said, the number of scenarios being limited, this wouldn't put too much of an administrative burden, but would help with transparency and oversight. I would also say that same equipment officers would have to brief other jurisdictions to adhere to Petaluma military equipment policies. I think that's really important, 709.6, that we do that because, I know that everyone's going to be using very similar policies. We need to make sure they are. I think it's important they adhere to Petaluma's policies when they're deploying in Petaluma. And then in regards to the year-end report, obviously make sure we do have an external audit of the year-end report, including inventory, appropriateness of said inventory, and appropriateness of the reports of use. And then finally, I would also lobby to include, and this might not be the right terminology, an exclusion of any active denial technology, things like LRAD, things of that nature, kind of alternative crowd control weaponry, I think should be completely excluded at this point from Petaluma's use of acceptable equipment, and that includes in exigent circumstances. I think those are just too ripe for a violation of civil liberties. Thank you.
Thank you very much. John Hanania.
Have you guys ever heard of Marvin Heemeyer? I encourage you to really look it up. I listened to the whole speech from Ken Savano And I have to tell you, everything that he told you inventory is not enough for a disaster. And I encourage you, I have it up here if you want to look at it, to look at Granby's bulldozer rampage captured the world's attention. This is a small place in Colorado, where's a small city like you guys with a small police department, they happen to piss off this guy. He home built a bulldozer who absolutely flattened the whole town. It started with the mayor's house, police department, city hall. He flattened the whole town. So all the equipment that Ken Savannah showed you, it wouldn't stop an event like that. They tried to stop him with heavy equipment, earth mover. He picked it up and tossed it like a Tonka toy. I'm against the military vehicle that they have for intimidation. But when it comes to safety, I'm all for it. So you guys need to do something. That Petaluma, it need to be prepared for a disaster at all time. And you need to figure something out. And I hope all of you will look at, if you can find it the best way, under Killdozer. You look at that video and you will see, and I will encourage you to think about buying a very large vehicle to prevent an incident like that. It was a lot worse than what took place in Los Angeles with the tank. There was no town left. He flattened out the whole town. So when you guys sit here and debating whether they should use that or not, I encourage you to think about the people's safety if somebody decides to snap. This guy was just a very ordinary guy, but they made him mad. He snapped. I encourage you to look it up. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I'll turn it over to the moderator for the people who are on the Zoom part of the call.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. At this time, we have 23 attendees and 7 hands are raised. I will start with Zaira, followed by Paul G. Zaira, please unmute.
Thanks, everyone. So I think when it comes to saving lives, we can actually take days in order to make this right, especially when it comes to not just mass shootings, but Black and Indigenous and Latinx folks of color. So tonight has made it abundantly clear this is why we need to invest in civilian oversight moving forward, because PPD cannot solely police themselves. Our city attorney was not even able to provide clear about this policy. We need civilian oversight. We need the PPD to answer questions about which weapons are actually necessary and when they should be deployed. Someone had brought up about high risk. Who is PPD defining as high risk? You all made really great questions because as you heard from Petaluma Moms Demand Action, clear definitions. Military equipment should not be in the hands of civilians, and they should also not be in the hands of our law enforcement. We don't need weapons of war. So again, I want to thank each of you for the clarifying questions in terms of the cost and clear direction. What the presentation failed to mention is that Uvalde PD received a grant as well to fund, to provide for their equipment, body armor and rated stop rifle rounds that cost about $23 million. That wasn't effective. They also did a training on February 11th of 2020 at the school with the SWAT. That wasn't effective. Uvalde's police makes up 40% of the city's budget. That wasn't effective. So we need to stop pouring all this money into law enforcement that does not keep safe, not even in mass shootings. We need to invest in our hybrid civilian oversight and make sure that we ban military equipment. Because unfortunately, our county has not stepped up to provide any guidance, and our neighbors in Roner Park have fallen short in leading. So tonight, you all actually did a really great job in asking the right questions, because we need to make this right, because every life matters. The presentation did a disservice to the community of Uvalde because law enforcement completely and utterly failed them. I do appreciate that PPD took a potential threat at Casa Grande. However, I question, how did you get to the conclusion that it was for our school in Petaluma? Because clearly it was the wrong school. That's why we need civilian oversight, because we need to ensure what policies are in place, what trainings are in place, in order so we don't make the mistake that the Uvalde law enforcement did. Thank you.
Thank you, Zaira. Next is Paul G, followed by S. Kirks. Paul, please unmute.
Okay, can you hear me now? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. Listen, thank you very much for tonight's discussion. Thank goodness for AB 481. It started an excellent process here in our city to be able to talk about very important issues that have been out of the public life far too long. So you don't have to go very far to say, ooh, don't pass this as it is. We have to improve it before you pass it. And you go right to the purpose and scope. And what you will see is the purpose is missing an important word. You see, the purpose of the policy is to provide the guidelines for the approval, acquisition, and reporting requirements. The word use is missing. And that's what needs to be added in there. You get a chance now to vote yourselves and set your own policy locally about what is the appropriate use for these kind of equipment. And that's exactly what the law is inviting you to do. It's not telling you you have to all fall in line and do exactly the same. You can take this different places than other communities. What I really reacted to in Ken Savano's presentation was, oh, well, we're all doing the same thing. We're all going to be doing it all the same, so don't worry. No, you don't have to do it all the same. So sit down, think about what's appropriate for this community, and set your standards. Now you've got another problem there. They still haven't fixed the word in about coordination with other jurisdictions. The word is THEIR, there. That has to be changed to our use policy, not their use policy. In total, it says governing body specific equipment or military equipment used by any member of this jurisdiction shall be approved for the use in accordance with this department policy. Military equipment used by other jurisdictions that are providing mutual aid to this jurisdiction shall comply with their respective military equipment use policies in rendering mutual aid. No, 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 that's wrong. They should be following our policies if they're within our jurisdiction. You have to get that right in this document, in this policy. This is totally wrong. And then you have this whole fuzzy use in exigent circumstances part, 709.7. This is just the whole thing of, oh, well, if we really need to use it, we'll use it anyway. We'll come back and tell you about it 30 days later. No, you should actually do a policy of what you're allowed to use and what you're not allowed to use. Something should be off the list, including microwave weapons, off the list forever, at any time in Petaluma. Not appropriate. That includes active denial technology, like Rick Houston said. It's terrible stuff. Oh, it's non-lethal? Yeah, it creates lifelong problems once you deploy it. No one looks at what non-lethal means for the rest of your life. That's your problem here. You haven't really figured out how bad these weapons are to begin with.
Thank you, Paul. Our next speaker is S. Kirks. Give me just a minute. Go ahead and unmute.
Thank you. Susan Kirks. You know, one of the things I appreciate about Petaluma is the intelligence of members of the public and the incredible amounts of time and energy that are given to try and help our community be better. This is an example tonight. I appreciate the comments of all of the public speakers before me. And all I could think of when I was listening to Chief Savano's presentation was how much change we need in this city of Petaluma. Zaira Garcia eloquently stated, made comments that I fully support. The 3 written comments that you received, which I hope all of you read, for this agenda item were very thoughtfully presented, and I fully agree with all of them. I think that I would like to hear, and I hope that at least one elected official will ask this evening, what is the status of the hiring of the independent auditor and the initiation of the process for the Civilian Oversight Committee? I fully agree that when you're discussing a topic like this evening, even though it's a mandated topic, we would like to know what the update is, because that's directly connected to how our community, the greater community of Petaluma, is to be kept safe, but also the function of the police in Petaluma to be made more whole for the community and more transparent. I know there are many like myself who listened to the city attorney's final comment about working as a team and they're all together in this. Many of us have had experiences that are definitely not reflective of the type of legal advice, city management and policing that we would like to see in Petaluma. And so that doesn't give us any comfort at all. You as elected officials at least have the capability to ask tonight about the status of the independent auditor and the Civilian Oversight Committee, which should go hand in hand with what you're discussing tonight. And I also lastly would like to say I do agree that the policy for the drones and use of drones definitely needs to be further defined and improved. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Our next speaker is Chris, followed by Taryn Obey. Chris, you may begin.
Hi, Council. I wasn't planning on calling in tonight. Myself, most of the activists I know in this town are quite busy with tomorrow's election. So it seems to me to be highly cynical that you've scheduled this item today while loud people aren't likely to be free to comment. I'm seriously disappointed that you decide to put this on the agenda for tonight when it's likely to receive lower scrutiny than usual. You should be holding subjects like this one where trust within the community is at stake to a higher standard. It's also disappointing that it seems like Attorney Danley has not made himself familiar with the content of this new law and has just assumed that council would rubber stamp this report. Again, disappointing on staff. I'm grateful to Mayor Barrett in particular, as well as the rest of the questions council have asked. They've been amongst the best I've heard from this council while I've been paying attention. Before I offer constructive feedback on how you could proceed, some opinion. For me, the militarization of police is completely unjustifiable under all circumstances. Military equipment is not useful in building trust within the community. It is only useful in breeding fear. Now, most of the pieces of equipment that were discussed have been used 0 times since 1977. If these things haven't been used in 45 years, then it's not clear why they'd ever be used here in the next 45 years. The police should be spending time justifying the continued necessity of those items. Regardless of how you feel about the militarization of police, it is also highly disturbing that this report only explains how the police force here is planning to expand its militarization. It does not highlight any opportunities to reduce militarization. It does not explain how the city intends to decommission any equipment that appears unnecessary. What criteria will the police force use to decide whether it will continue to need an armored vehicle that can deflect 50 caliber rounds? That seems excessive to me. And while the chief said it would be possible for the force to return the vehicles, there was no discussion of why they would ever do that. Maybe they should be thinking about that. Under AB 481, this ordinance must be reviewed annually. Before the time this ordinance comes up again next year, council should be demanding the report give as much time to detail plans to decommission military equipment that is excess to its needs as they do to equipment that is being acquired. Finally, council, I encourage you to take a vote registering your disapproval of continued militarization of the police, possibly in the form of voting against this ordinance, and encourage the chief to come up with an interim report on how he intends to decommission surplus military equipment. The law is clear on the time frame. The process must be completed within 180 days of the original notice. That's plenty of time to reject this ordinance and write a new one. Maybe you should do that. Again, we need to build trust and not fear. If you're not going to demilitarize police, at least do your job and hold them properly to account.
Thank you, Chris. Our next speaker is Taryn Obaid, followed by Jim Duffy. Taryn, please unmute.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, Chief Savano, and thank you, City Council, for your great questions and thinking on this. I'm really very much invested in the safety of our community and the safety of our police officers. I'm a big fan of the police and a big fan of protecting citizens and really holding all citizens accountable and maintaining law and order. That said, I see the divide widening between what life is like here in Petaluma for a normal citizen and what the police are up to or what they're going for. In the 15 years I've been here, go look behind the police station. There are military tanks back there. There are SWAT vehicles back there. They've got assault rifles. And now we're going for other military equipment. Just because we haven't had the need for stuff in the past, doesn't mean we won't in the future. However, I think this divide is getting out of control. When we have the police less citing of speeders, and on Payran, just 3 blocks from the police station where I live, you can't even get the police to come out to file a report when your car is sideswiped. We've got a breakdown here in the basic services. So I have to wonder, rather than going for the big guns, can we not look at what the military might have in their inventory that would help us with citing speeders so that less people are dying on the streets by being hit by speeding vehicles? Can we start holding accountable this new trend where all the hot rods are taking the mufflers off their car? They are actually drag racing in front of the police station late at night, more and more, and they're not getting busted for it. We've got a complete widening of the divide, a huge gap between the basic day-to-day quality of life stuff and then this sort of fantasy preparing for some apocalypse, which may happen. But I think we're putting way too much energy in that area. And thank you, Council, for your questions. But here's a note about drones. Didn't the government pass this Patriot Act? And it's not just about whether there's a permit to search anymore. They can pull all the audio and video they want.
Thank you, Taryn. Our next speaker is Jim Duffy. I do want to acknowledge that Councilmember Barnacle has his hand up, but I think we'll finish our speak. Okay. So next speaker is Jim Duffy. Jim, please unmute.
Mayor Barrett, members of the City Council, Chief Savano, I'm Jim Duffy. Thank you for taking my comments, and thank you so much for the integrity and seriousness with which you have taken this process. It is a breath of fresh air compared to what other law enforcement agencies and governing bodies have done for the most part in Sonoma County. So Petaluma is just the best. I do want to request that the annual report that will be coming out next year include the ethnic and racial breakdown of the individuals who we subject to the quote-unquote high-risk search and arrest warrants, where military equipment was deployed to execute those warrants, as those appear to be the primary use of this equipment in Petaluma. I think that would be really instructive in an annual report. And I want to second what I believe your second commenter said about the problem with the language with cooperating agencies and mutual aid, where they should be following Petaluma's use policies, not their own use policies. The use of force laws that Chief Savino points out provide a ceiling for use of force in the state of California. You have set a different ceiling by adopting your use of force policies, and it's a better ceiling than the loosey-goosey state ceiling. Thank you so much for taking my comments.
Thank you, Jim. And our next speaker is Eric Leland, followed by Josh Simmons. Eric, please unmute.
Thank you very much. I agree. This is there's some great questions from council, so I really appreciate this conversation. This topic is rather crazy making, and Chief Savano's presentation is eye-opening, and I didn't expect it, having spent a lot of time with this issue. It's just incredible to learn how militarized Petaluma's police force has become. And it really does point to what other commenters have said. We really do need civilian oversight of policing ASAP. Chief Savano's presentation avoided reference to studies of use of force. And, this is unfortunate because, study after study shows that increased militarizing of police does not work. Militarizing police forces is either ineffective in reducing injury and death of officers and the public, or as in many cases, it leads to escalation of harm to officers and the public, just using it. Just for reference, you can pick a year, 2017 alone, there's 3 high quality peer reviewed studies, one from the University of Michigan, from Emory College, a third one from Stanford University, on use of force, from use of force researchers, all that demonstrate the uselessness and in fact the escalated dangers of militarizing our police. And that research just scratches the surface of what's available. The good news in Chief Savano's presentation is that many of the military weapons Petaluma has purchased have not been used. It's likely, again, based on study after study, that this lack of use has kept officers and the public safer than if these weapons had been deployed. I appreciate this good news, although I'm disappointed we've invested hundreds of thousands of dollars into weapons we never use and that we should not, in fact, use as they make us more vulnerable to harm. The research shows militarizing our police makes us less safe. So why are we authorizing our police to make us less safe as a community? Let's instead make another choice. Let's make Petaluma safer and redirect this money into public safety instead. So I appeal to you, council members, please reject the continuing use of military weaponry in Petaluma. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Our next speaker is Josh Simmons, followed by Isaiah Gonzalez. Josh, please unmute.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council, City staff, including Chief Savano, and fellow members of the public. My name is Josh Simmons, and I serve on the Technology Advisory Committee. And I want to heartily thank the Council for asking such great questions tonight, in particular in relation to equipment that enables troubling impacts to our privacy and civil rights. The bottom line for me here is that the resolution before you asks you to provide pretty much a blanket approval. You could try to argue the specific contours of the policy that's necessary here, but I think that's beside the point. Instead, I ask that you vote no on tonight's resolution and convene the community in the manner the city had recently, and in the way that the city's bodies like the Ad Hoc Community Advisory Committee recommended, to come up with an appropriately granular policy that is in the community's best interests. Policy that keeps us safe without endangering civil rights. 8481 is a golden opportunity to demilitarize the police. Approving this resolution would be a waste of this opportunity, and really an astonishing note to sound against the backdrop of voter attitudes in 2020, such as the overwhelming approval of Measure P. Please vote no on tonight's resolution, direct staff to come back with better information in the spirit of transparency and collaboration to come up with a policy that makes sense. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you, Josh. Our last speaker is Isaiah Gonzalez. Please unmute.
Good evening, everyone, council, chief. I apologize. I am feeding my daughter while I do this as well. So if you hear a small one, that is why. I would like to offer my perspective as a longtime resident of Petaluma, as well as someone who has had direct experience with the police department, as well as witnessed the military grade equipment used during a raid directly across the street from the residence that we occupied, as well as a military aviation veteran myself. In approving this purchase, I think, and I hear about all the other departments who may be looking into purchasing the same equipment, the drones. If we're able to utilize mutual aid from 4 other neighboring departments as is, I don't see a need to invest $25,000 into 3 drones. That being said, if we were to do so, I would be interested in the manufacturer of said drones, because I'd like the public and the council to take into consideration that continuing to purchase this sort of equipment is what keeps the military industrial complex going, as well as keeping us engaged in realistically a continued Cold War via progressing these technologies. I also have 2 small kids in this community, and I stand by the mothers that spoke earlier today. We have had our own weapons removed from the home, and we chose not to fight the department on that. However, our experience with the department in that engagement left our family traumatized realistically. And I would love to see the department reinvest that money into coordination with the SAFE team and in engagement with the community, the homeless, harm reduction, better ways that we can help our community to prevent the sort of large sort of outbursts and, as aforementioned, apocalyptic type scenarios that we're hypothetically preparing for. Yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you for taking my comment. Thank you for everyone's eyes and investment on this. And I hope everyone has a great night's rest tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Isaiah. Madam Mayor, there are no more comments. But Councilmember Barnacle does have his hand up.
Okay, well, we'll come back to the council at this point. So thank you very much. With that, we're going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the council. And we will start with Councilmember Barnacle.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Appreciate all the comments from the public. There was a couple of in the purpose. Mr. McGavin brought up that the word use is not in there. Is that a typo? Because the title of it says funding, acquisition, and use. So that does seem like an oversight.
Councilmember Barnacle, it's Chief Savano. I'm sorry, what were you referencing?
709.1. I mean, the title of the document is Military Equipment Funding Acquisition and Use Policy. And then the purpose of the policy is to provide guidelines for approval, acquisition, and reporting requirements. Is it not about use?
Yes, so in the attachment 2B, the third column, third and fourth column is the authorized use specified in the ordinance and in the policy. So while each individual item is not separately listed in 709, attachment 2B is an actual attachment to the department policy 709. So the use is defined in that column.
Okay, got you. There was a letter that talked about the fiscal impact of training. And I'm not inclined to put that in right now, but like probably the largest cost that we have in our department is probably our staff time. And the more equipment we have to train people on, the more time that we have to spend on that. And so to Speaker Obaid's point, the more time people are being trained on weapons that they're unlikely to use, the less time they're out on patrol. Obviously, I don't want to put officers of the community at risk, but I do think going forward, I would like to see more comprehensive assessment of costs in this. And then definitely appreciate the comment about ethnic breakdown of use of force instances. And then I'm kind of hung up on the our versus their policy. If everybody's going to have the same policy, it feels like we should just say ours. And if people have different policies, it feels like we should say ours. And I kind of feel that way about the drones as well, that if our standards are superior to what other agencies use, I'm more inclined to support us having them than I am to want to get more. And I realize it's a $25,000 thing, and we spend money all the time here in the city. But I guess those are some of my comments. I'm not inclined to vote against this tonight, but I do think that we need to think about the word "our," and I think that if it means that we don't get mutual aid on a certain call because a different agency has a different standard, on one hand, I feel like if we need mutual aid, we need mutual aid, but also, if like people should be like, we're setting this for this is applying to our constituents. And so I want to make sure that anyone providing service in the city is adhering to our standards. And I would hope that every other city would want that too. And so is there a reason, I guess this is maybe a question to the chief or to the city attorney, is there a reason why we can't change there to our?
I think my answer might be the simplest, and then I'll hand it to the chief, if that's okay, Madam Mayor, in responding.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Thank you. So I think it has to do with the understandings of the departments about providing and being able to respond and provide mutual aid. But I think it also has to do with command and control, as we were talking about, of the incident. So Ken, are you able to elaborate on those?
Yes, and that's what I was going to speak to. Thank you, City Attorney Danley. I understand the concern and the angst, and I want to try and address that and bring a level of comfort and confidence to the council and the public on this. And I can say without a doubt, whenever we are engaged in mutual aid for or with outside agencies coming to our jurisdiction, there is unified command. We don't just simply stand aside and let an agency come in and do things or engage in activities that would be inconsistent with what we'd be doing. They're coming to assist us and help us. And so I want to assure the council and the public that we would not allow a use of any equipment in this jurisdiction or in this community that wasn't already appropriately authorized and approved in this process. I think the difference that I want to bring some caution to, and hopefully some empathy, putting yourself in my shoes as the police chief, and I'll just bring us back to Uvalde, Texas again. If we needed an explosive breaching round to breach a doorway or a wall to get to small children or teachers that are potentially dying, and the only way to do that is to have the sheriff's office respond with that equipment as we're trying everything we can to get in a different way, I'm not going to not authorize the use of that explosive breaching round to get into those kids, into those teachers. And I hope I'm never in that situation, but I promise you this, The decision that I make will be consistent with what you've expressed to me in terms of when we utilize this equipment and why we would utilize it. And so I hope that addresses what you're saying. We're not going to allow an agency to come in and do something that would be inconsistent with our training, our policies, our existing use policy. But I can't predict every situation that's going to occur. And simply because we don't have it and are not asking you right now to have it ready, and that can certainly be another discussion, I don't want to limit our ability to save lives, protect our community members, and protect our officers when that equipment is needed. And so I don't know if that elevates the level of confidence for those of you sitting behind the dais, but that's my commitment to you and the intent of this policy and legislation.
It does help to hear that stated back. I mean, I'll just say that the call for mutual aid, I'm sure it's because it's needed. The concern with the call for mutual aid is that they don't have the same training that we have and the same rigor that we, like we heard it from a speaker, that we are setting a new ceiling here. And that's exactly what I love to hear Petaluma is doing on all fronts. My concern is that the people providing mutual aid aren't at that standard. And so, I'm not in, like I said, I'm not in the business to vote no on this and hold it back, but I am trying to juggle that because it certainly does seem out of alignment or inconsistent with what we would want. So with and I think also to all the speakers who are asking us to vote against this, we're going to be seeing, like, this has to be done by July. There's not enough time to have a full public process by July if we need to get this done. And we're implementing police oversight. We're implementing an independent auditor. This is going to be reviewed annually. I think that we need to look at this as a journey of improvement. And I think that's, the fact that a person who has been following this Sonoma County wide is complimenting us on it makes me feel good about it. And I'm expecting that it's going to be improved to the next time we look at it. I'm expecting a lot more detail on the cost, because I would love to see the opportunity cost of not having to train people on things that we're never going to use, and what all the services we could provide if we weren't training people on things that we have never actually used and hopefully never will. But because people are dying out there from other things too, like speeding. It's our #1 cause of traffic accidents and fatalities on our roads. And I know we want to do more enforcement, and every minute that we can do more enforcement is something that's exciting to me. So I'll end my comments with that.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to make a correction. This does not have to be done by July. We have 180 days from May 1st. So there's plenty of time to get things specified a little more clearly so that we can have more support of this and more clarity about Petaluma standards. Just passing that on because I think that was a mistake.
Thank you. That does help, Mayor Barrett. I'll say I'm pretty groggy this evening. If there's something specific that we want to be worked on, I would consider, continuing the item, but not in the name of like broad overhauls, because I think that this is in general headed in the right direction, and in the spirit of moving it forward and improvement. That's what I'm most interested in here.
Okay, I just wanted to make that clarification. Okay, thank you very much. I'm also going to ask to see if Councilmember McDonald would like to speak, since I can't really see him. And so we can.
Yes.
And of course you can come in later, but you're going to have to let me know somehow, like maybe speak, both of you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm ready and willing now to talk. I think it's just horrific to think that all this is equipment is necessary. It's horrific to see the death of children, teachers, and other workplace victims. It's just a grim reality of the world we're in, and it's tragic. And but I do appreciate the presentation. I appreciate the preparation, the Petaluma police for what could happen here, and I appreciate the lack of need to date. I appreciate the training and the culture of the PPD, making sure that these are not used when not appropriate. I do agree with a couple of the public comments, and would like we'll call it editorial efforts. I would love a 709.1, that purpose, just include the word use. I mean, it's title of policy, the purpose should include the word use. I appreciate the chief's clarification on 709.6, meaning the outside agency relative to our, meaning PPD standards. And I can see how, liability issues arise about if you're trained to Petaluma standards versus being trained to your Santa Rosa standard, and you show up. I can see the complications in that. However, I do like the idea that we clarify the equipment that we might request from others. Like the case in point the chief mentioned about a breaching round. I really appreciate that we do not train and contain that equipment locally, but that one regional authority, it looks like all the county jurisdictions have a step up on militarized weapons over what the cities each carry. And that's probably appropriate. I don't want it here at our city, but I'd be interested if the policy could include specific requests out for mutual aid rather than the broad exigent clause. I wouldn't mind, a bit of a rewrite on 709.7, especially eliminating that whole last sentence about, possibly not talking to the council. I think it goes to council immediately. I appreciated Attorney Danley's comments that the privilege extends to council. It might be in closed session, but it should be an immediate presentation. So, and then one simple question here. It's listed or mentioned the $25,000 cost of drones, but I don't believe it was mentioned what the grant application value was. Can we get an answer on that, Chief?
I don't have that exact number in front of me, and I will defer to Deputy Chief Miller or Lieutenant Walsh if they happen to have it. I believe that it covered a majority of the costs, and the reason for the anticipated budget is that it obviously requires not only the three separate pieces of equipment, but all the supporting equipment to maintain them, be able to change them out with additional batteries. And these aren't just, standard commercial, off the shelf at your local retail store drones. They're higher quality with higher video quality and technology for safety. So while I recognize that $25,000 is a lot of money, this is based on what other agencies have done when they develop their drone programs in similar ways.
And would you be proceeding with that if the grant doesn't come through this fiscal year?
We would have to have discussions in the normal budget process and whether or not we had those funds available in our budget. I will say that part of this particular item was funded in the current fiscal year. We've just been trying to use and obtain the grant funding prior to using any of our existing funds that are dedicated.
Well, I appreciate that fiscal responsibility. I also did appreciate that the drone policy was included in the package. I mean, it's 55 pages deep before you get to it in that attachment. But the privacy paragraph is, it's a pretty good start. And so I'm sure as the draft comes back as a finish, you heard for tonight for privacy on drone, that could really be crystallized in that. So those are my comments. Thank you much.
Okay, thank you. And I'll, Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, I would like to continue this tonight. I think the information that we've been given isn't sufficient for me to know what our fiscal costs here, given the fact that, we were told it was 1977, but it's not really. We keep replacing this ammunition every year. And, I really want to get more information about why we need 2,600 rounds of sniper munitions if we're not ever using them, and get more clarity on why we need so much equipment when we're not having to deploy it. Because some of it seems repetitive to me, although I don't know enough about it to know that's true. So maybe get some more information about why we need so many of these things. And I am really against having any tear gas in our city at all. Chief, if you can justify why we need that, great, but just from a personal policy, I don't think we should have it. So those are some initial thoughts.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have a couple of comments. One, there's been some good discussion from the public and also up on the dais on broader police policies, but I just want to point out that we're really, in terms of this item tonight, and whether we deal with it tonight or some future day, really deals with the military use policy and what is supposed to be contained in this report. There are a lot of other things happening. Councilmember Barnacle made reference generally to that idea as well, with regard to policing that have been put in place, or not formally put in place, put in play, and will be in front of a council soon, and hopefully before the end of this fiscal year. So I appreciate our focus on the policy at hand. One area where I've heard concern on this dais and from the public is the standard that's used by other agencies when they come in mutual aid situations to Petaluma. And I've also heard the chief speak of the reality of what goes on in those situations, to the extent that you can predict what's going to happen. So what I'd suggest is that the policy have some degree of language that has the goal of having compliance with these standards. What the chief, if I understood what the chief was saying, is when you get mutual aid, it's not, multiple command circumstances, but there is a singular command, which I presume, if the jurisdiction is Petaluma, is our command, our police department. But there probably can be some language that would satisfy that concern. And I think the flip side of that is, we're making policy. If these things are ever used, it's going to be a horrific circumstance. And with respect to my colleagues and myself, and we're not going to be down there making those decisions on site. We have to rely on the professionals that we hire to some degree. And hopefully we'll never have to deal with that. Hopefully that will never happen in Petaluma. But unfortunately, all one needs to do is open a newspaper to know that it's happening more frequently and more frequently in this country. So in terms of the mutual aid language, I would like to see some options that are realistic, but also deal with the fact that what I'm hearing, at least from Mr. Duffy and others, is that we're kind of taking a different approach than maybe other jurisdictions are, and I think we're taking a better approach. And I appreciate the chief and staff for doing that. The second thing is, I agree with Councilmember Fisher's comments regarding clarifying the dates of purchase, a little more clearly. I read the report a little bit differently than she did, but I can see I can see where that can definitely be improved and clarified without, and being within the military use element of this policy. Beyond that, I don't, as was said, I think we're going to need to bring this back from what I'm hearing, but I don't think we need to open the door to a broader, wide range discussion on policing in Petaluma, considering the number of discussions we've had and the direction we provided to our staff to make some changes in terms of civilian oversight and so forth. So it seems to me there's not enough members of the council prepared to deal with this tonight, and we should probably continue it to some time in the next few months.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Healy and the Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So I agree with what a lot of my colleagues have said. I do think I'd like to take a run at actually getting something passed tonight. And I think if we engage in a little bit of conversation and colloquy on this, we might be able to get there. I really appreciated the chief's comments on the ours versus theirs question. And perhaps we can just include something in here that says that it just confirms that if mutual aid comes to Petaluma, it will be under unified command by Petaluma Police, and that unified commander would comply with Petaluma policies, irrespective of what any other jurisdiction where they might differ from us. I would say that the one place where I do have some heartburn with what was proposed is the exigent circumstances language. And I would propose deleting that both from the ordinance and from Exhibit 1, because I just can't imagine what that's going to look like. We need a tank and we need it yesterday. I just don't, I think part of the commentary we're getting from the public and from the dais to some degree too is, our inventory is perhaps overbroad already. And I don't need to weigh in on that. It maybe is a little bit, but what else could we possibly want to have here and need it in an urgent matter? I don't know what happens if the National Guard needs to come in. If they're under our control, probably not. And then actually, that's a question for the city attorney. If there was a declared state of emergency and the National Guard came in, would they be subject to this, or are they off on their own?
That's something we'd have to look at. I don't think I don't think we can order the National Guard unless they're placed under our control. They report to the governor. So that's not something. I don't think we would have control of that unless the Guard were ordered to be responsive to our control. But that we'd have to research that.
Okay, so that's probably unlikely.
Shooting from the hip.
Yeah. So, and I think some of the the other comments that have been brought up about the amount of inventory and how much we're spending and how much we're spending on training and how many rounds of this type of ammunition we need and how many rounds of the other type. I think those are all issues that can be addressed in the annual follow-ups. I don't know that they really can be addressed more meaningfully in the near term, but I think the department and staff have gotten the message that that's an issue that we're interested in, and I would expect clarification and perhaps tightening on that in the annual update going forward. So my proposal would be to, as I say, just to reiterate that to add language confirming that when mutual response comes here, it would be under the command of Petaluma Police, applying our standards, to lose the exigent circumstance language, both from the ordinance and from Exhibit 1. And then giving direction that on the annual updates going forward, that these other very valid issues that have been raised be addressed in terms of tightening up what we're doing. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Before you start, Vice Mayor, I'd just like to ask Councilmember Barnacle, is your hand up for more input?
Yeah, but I wanted to wait.
Okay, I'll call on you after the Vice Mayor speaks. Okay, Okay, all right, go ahead.
I wanted to
No.
wanted to ask staff if anyone can give me an update. I know there was one in the last monthly update, but about the status of the civilian oversight situation.
Sure, Vice Mayor Posake. We have, our timing is for Q1 of this fiscal year, which is by September, to have an RFP out. Before that, we want to bring it to council as we committed to. Q2 would be selecting that independent auditor in the second quarter of this fiscal year. And then fourth quarter, establishing the advisory group, which would take a couple more steps prior to that to be able to talk about process.
Okay. I have a lot of the concerns everyone has, and particularly in just, drawing attention to the fact that this is a lot of money going for something that has not happened so far. Not to say that it can't, but that that money saves lives at almost anything else it goes to as well. And that's why I'm in agreement, I suppose, in large part with Councilmember Fisher in terms of looking at some of these things that could be reduced. And again, I am no expert in this, but that's the way it feels to me. Anyway, but again, because there's so many other things that I don't want to put off any further, I'm inclined to pass this with an amendment or two tonight.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the last thing you said.
Because there's so many other things that I don't want to put off further by continuing this, that I'm inclined to try to support this with an amendment or two tonight.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Barnacle.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In looking at the coordination with other jurisdictions, could we just put something in there that says military equipment used by other jurisdictions that are providing mutual aid to this jurisdiction shall comply with our respective military equipment use policies in rendering mutual aid unless the city does not have established policies for that piece of equipment? Like the example you gave, Chief, was valid, and I would want you to feel, but we don't even have that piece of equipment, right? So I guess my point is like, if we have the piece of equipment, it should be used to our standards, and if we don't have the piece of equipment, it can be used to the agency that's providing mutual aid to their standards.
That's correct, Councilmember Barnacle, and I wanted just two things. To Councilmember Healy's point, adding language about unified command is completely appropriate. And also your point that you just made is it speaks to my concern about eliminating the exigent circumstances, because I look at that paragraph as that piece of equipment we don't have, but because of the type and uniqueness of the situation at hand, we absolutely need it right then, and I need to be able to authorize it. And I completely agree that the 30-day window is way too large. I would be fine with amending the policy to be immediately, and that would be our intent. We do that anyway, but we could formalize that with an amendment in this policy.
So I think that's great. I appreciate the working with us on that, because when I read the coordination with other jurisdictions, I think of that as them using equipment that we have and bolstering our capacity. And I think the example you gave was really an exigent circumstance. So yeah, I like those proposed amendments. I appreciate immediately in terms of the days following the issue. And then I see
sorry to interrupt you, sir. I just wanted to add one more thing with regard to mutual aid. I think the thing, and I know City Attorney Danley and I can address this further and do further research. as we move forward. But I also have the concern that if our use policy is, dramatically different than other jurisdictions, we run the risk of not receiving mutual aid when requested. And I don't want to see that situation occur. Having said that, as a member of the Sonoma County Law Enforcement Chiefs Association, and also as the region representative for the California Police Chiefs Association, I can assure you that the concern about varying standards, I can't promise you outside our state or even our region to the degree of the quality of every department's training programs. But I can say, at least here regionally, I know because we work closely together with the sheriff and with the police chiefs, that we are all training to the same standards. So I don't have that concern that in an immediate situation, a request for mutual aid, that aid will come with properly trained officers and equipment and the use of the same. When we start talking about large scale events like the National Guard, the standard for mutual aid and dealing with emergency incidents is a standard across this country. It's always a unified command. So we may request assistance from the National Guard to deal with whatever we're dealing with, like we've seen for fires or protests, but there is absolutely coordination at a unified command level so that decisions are being made collectively in the interest of public safety. So I hope that addresses some of your comments there. Thank you, sir.
Yep. And then the other one that I was hoping we could add was in the annual report, a number 7 that speaks to the ethnicity of subjects.
That is not a problem at all. And we would absolutely make sure to add whatever information was in the public's interest and certainly of the council's interest.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember King.
Yes, since we're looking like we're legislating tonight from the dais a little bit, I'd like to see added into the charts more detail about the subsequent purchases. The issue of starting in 1977 and that being where the information in the chart ends. I think a more complete chart, even if it's a longer, more involved document, would include that. And I would hope that we would amend, with direction to provide that into the final report.
That is absolutely doable, Councilmember King. Thank you for that suggestion.
Thank you.
My city attorney.
If I could, Madam Mayor, I'd like to, I think we're zeroing in on some key points that I wanted to offer some thoughts that might help us, whether we're able to conclude tonight or we have to bring this back. One is, I think we're kind of touching on some pragmatic considerations and some important policy considerations regarding 709.6 in coordination with other jurisdictions. I don't think we can prescribe, and I think and Ken, I need you to jump in to help correct me if need be, but I don't think we can prescribe, and it may impair our ability to get mutual aid if we are tempted to prescribe that responding departments would put their own policies that they're obligated on pain of discipline to follow and put them aside when they're coming to respond to an event in Petaluma. I don't think they have any choice about that. But, and maybe Ken can speak to this, but if we're the incident commander of an event, that's gonna be pretty detailed direction about who goes where and what they use and what they do. Ken already gave the example of seeking mutual aid precisely because of a piece of equipment that we lack. And if we lack that equipment, we're not gonna have a policy about it. So there's gonna have to be some policy. And I think it's, for the reasons I gave, it's gonna have to be the one of the responding agencies subject to Petaluma Incident Command. And I think we certainly could make, I think the unavoidable fact that responding agencies are still subject to their policies, but would be subject to our incident command when they're responding to our request. Again, subject to corrections from Ken about the realities of that. I think we can certainly reflect that in the policy. Another thing I wanted to mention was regarding exigent circumstances. I know that sounds like awfully vague term, and it is an elastic term, but it's a pretty well-defined term in the law. I'm looking at, this is the case of People versus Ovida from a California Supreme Court case from 2019 that gives a good definition of exigent circumstances, which is an exception to the warrant requirement for searches and seizures. And it says the term exigent circumstances describes an emergency situation requiring swift action to prevent imminent danger to life or serious damage to property, or to forestall the imminent escape of a suspect or destruction of evidence. There's no ready litmus test for determining whether such circumstances exist, and in each case, the claimant of an extraordinary situation must be measured by the facts known to the officers. So it's a very important and a fairly unusual exception to the constitutional requirement of a warrant for search and seizure. So there's a lot of case law on it, and it's not just what we choose for it to mean. It's legally defined. But it's also, I think you can see from that concept, it's such an important elastic concept in the law that it's a constitutional rights exception. So, and we can talk more about that, and we can provide more information about that. Another thing I wanted to mention is in looking at the policy together and the ordinance, we need to harmonize, I think, better than we have section 709.7 and section number 5 under section 3 of the ordinance, because I think the ordinance is actually superior regarding use of exigent circumstances and reporting of it to the council, because number 5 under section 3 says that the staff will seek prior approval from the council pertaining to the acquisition or use of any specialized equipment that is not held in the police department's current inventory unless exigent circumstances exist for delaying the acquisition or use of the equipment would jeopardize the safety of the Petaluma community or members of the police department. Such circumstances exist, notification of the acquisition or use of the equipment, including a summary of the exigent circumstances, preventing the police department from giving prior notice, will be provided to the city council. And right now it says at the first regularly scheduled public meeting following the equipment's acquisition or use. I would say by would be a better word, because I think under circumstances like that, you would expect to hear that day.
Can I just remind you that there's translators trying to translate this.
So I'm going too fast. I'm sorry.
I'm just guessing you are.
I apologize, translators. So I can go slower on that, but the point is, I think from what I'm hearing, and in my view too, if we're in accord, we should be harmonizing and replacing really 709.7 in the policy with 5 in the ordinance. For some of the reasons the council have given, I think it's more responsive. I like the police chief has said, I will say too, for exactly the same law enforcement and safety reasons. If that's such an important concept of the law that it's a qualification on our very important constitutional rights under the 4th Amendment, I think it's something we should be recognizing. We may need to keep the community safe too. That's why it exists. That's my 2 cents as the city's attorney, and I think those. Let me see if there's anything else. Exigent circumstances. Talked about command. I think that's it. Ken, is my thinking right about how the?
Yes, it is, and I just elaborate on a couple of details, if I may, Madam Mayor.
Sure.
The concern about equipment that we don't have in inventory also becomes more of a concern with the mutual aid request, because if we are too prescriptive about our policy versus their policy, they'll be responding to a jurisdiction potentially that doesn't have a use policy for the specific equipment we need in an exigent circumstance. And so I want to make sure that, I think the language that's added about unified command under 709.6 and our duty and obligation under this policy as we're proposing amendments to report that immediately to the council as soon as possible, within a reasonable, time frame of the incident, settling down. And then at least by the first next council meeting. I mean, these notifications for situations like this happen immediately, and sometimes in the middle of the night when I'm texting the city manager. So fortunately, that's not frequent. But my commitment is that we follow through with a tighter time frame than what the policy originally indicated, and be more succinct and in sync with the ordinance as City Attorney Danley has specified.
Thank you for that clarification. I want to take this opportunity to weigh in. We are talking about behavior that happens. I think the little pie chart that was in the presentation was 31% of the amount of time that the police do police work. And but that small percentage can be a significant crisis. And that's why our police feel they need this equipment. And our task, as I see it, is to study and look at what it is they have and have had for quite a while in some cases, and make sure that it is what we need going forward. Now, I heard the comment that the next annual report can kind of weigh in on what was needed and what wasn't, and we can look at that. But it's not like anything we have is something we haven't had for quite a while. So I would like to do that right now, and I don't think we can do that tonight. I just don't feel like I have enough information about specific uses. And, the matrix that was given in 2B of what the uses were, how many we have, when we acquired them, what they need, what their capabilities are. That's a really good introduction to this. But as I said earlier, it's very light on details. And when it's saying we can use it in these kind of circumstances that we can't use anything else. Well, I need a little bit more specification about what situations those are, what they have been in the past, and what there have been in other jurisdictions. I just uses that need present clear and present danger. That's too broad for me. I have a lot of, the city attorney just brought up the whole legal meaning of exigent circumstances. That is new to me. And so, I just want to know more about that before I vote yes on something tonight. I totally get the idea that if you're having mutual aid, you all have to agree to the rules before you start. You can't have mutual aid in Petaluma, have one rule, and then it have something else somewhere else. But, I don't love that, but I just want to see how does that work when we're looking at this issue. And since we have the time to do it, we're not holding up anything except maybe a drone purchase, which I really do think that $25,000 for 3 drones is a lot, but they do have other capabilities than other drones, so it may be the right amount. But I just feel there is just way too many overly broad definitions. Things are just not that clear for me. I am concerned about how I want our rules on drones to be stricter. We also have an opportunity to hear to say that this is what we have, this is what we approve of, and we do not want to see any requests in these different areas. Someone brought up, I don't even remember if it was it can't be biological, but it was something that was totally creepy, and I didn't even really think it was one of the things that we would ever be asked to buy. But if there are certain things that the police are thinking about, I want to be able to stop discussion on some items. And I'm just not prepared to do that tonight. So I am not in favor of, I am in favor of continuing this so that we can actually make a well thought out second pass at this ordinance rather than trying to do it right here, right now. There's too many things I think that are too loose. So that's my comment. Councilmember Fisher, followed by Councilmember Haley.
So with that, can I offer a motion to actually continue this item tonight and see if I can get a second?
I would second that. So Councilmember Haley.
Well, I was actually going to suggest that someone make that motion, but I will be voting against it because I'm still hopeful that we can get this work through
Okay.
tonight.
All right, so we have a motion on the floor and perhaps the clerk could take a roll call vote.
Could we have comment on the motion?
Madam Mayor, you've got a couple
Yeah.
of who are remote with hands up.
Pardon me?
You have a couple of council members who are remote with hands up.
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't see that. Okay, I do see it now. Yes, I'm sorry. Councilmember McDonald, followed by Councilmember Barnacle.
Thank you very much. Just before going into any motion or voting, I thought I'd like to get other comment into the record or direction to staff. And part of that was that the attorney has suggested some sort of a straightening out of element 5 in the ordinance and 709.7, I think it was. Anyway, but in the ordinance 5, it uses the term acquisition, and to me, that read like a synonym for purchase in that context. And yet, in the policy, in the 709 part, it was, I'm wondering whether acquisition means either purchase or request from other agency, and so I think that has to get brought together so that there isn't any confusion whether we mean to purchase a thing that we haven't approved previously or to request it from a mutual aid. That's just something to review before, if this is continued.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay, Councilmember Barnacle.
Yeah, so I too am hoping we can get through this. I pull my hair out sometimes with how long things take, and I think this is good. So we've already suggested and I think accepted adding in a number 7 in the annual report around ethnicity of subjects. I'm going to ask for an 8th one too, which I think is really a discussion of opportunity costs. And if we need to, I'm willing to continue the item tonight because I think that having a robust discussion of opportunity costs is what we need to think about if the military equipment is in fact in the best interest of the community, or if there's other things that we could be spending that money on. And so there's going to be a really good discussion of cost because I see in their training, transportation, maintenance, storage, upgrade, we're going to get better cost data than we have currently. So I'm excited about that. But what I want to have in the annual report is a really good discussion of opportunity cost. And that means time spent on patrol, but also time spent on mental health services, homelessness services, things like that. And really kind of using this report to think about all the other ways we might spend money that isn't on military equipment that's not being used, and ways we could activate that money to actually deliver benefits right there. So if we need to continue it to get a good bullet in there, I would do it. Otherwise, I would be happy to support the item tonight because I want to see this move forward and us to move on.
Okay, thank you very much. So with that, unless there's other comments, okay, we will ask the clerk for a motion on continuing this item.
Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
No.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
No.
King,
No.
McDonald,
No.
Posake.
No.
The motion fails.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Okay. So with that, we'll go ahead.
I was going to make a motion to continue past 11 if we can take a 3-minute break.
Okay, is there a second on that?
Second.
Okay, and so we'll take a vote. Can we have a roll call vote on the motion to continue past 11?
Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't hear who seconded that.
It was Posake.
Thank you. Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Posake.
Yes.
Motion.
Brian, your hand is still up. Do you have something additional you wanted to say before the break?
No, I'm going to make a motion as soon as we get back.
Oh, okay.
So-
All right. So 3 minutes. Okay. Um, We're ready to start the meeting again. Thank you. And so we left with Councilmember Barnacle's hand up. And I see Chief Savano's hand is up as well. So Chief, why don't you go first, and then Councilmember Barnacle will follow you.
I'll be brief. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to offer, and I'm sure Eric can confirm this, the statute prescribes at minimum an annual report and review. And I'm just offering in the spirit of moving the item to a place that brings a higher level of confidence that we could certainly shorten that to 6 months or quarterly until we got sufficient detail in the report and with inventory and fiscal impacts of all this equipment to an even better place moving forward. So I just wanted to offer that as a consideration as you're deliberating. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And Councilmember Barnacle.
Madam Mayor, Eric, can you just briefly summarize the amendments that have been that you've captured that you think have been brought in?
I can do my best. Shall I, Madam Mayor?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Well, so doing my best and subject to correction from the council member if there's not if there's not council member agreement, that with respect to 709.6, which is the coordination with other jurisdictions, since I don't believe we have a choice about prescribing policies to other jurisdictions, but we can make it clear in that section that they're responding to a request for Petaluma Mutual Aid will be under Petaluma Police Department's Unified Command, if that's the right term, Ken. I think that's one. I thought that there was some council member agreement that we should, instead of what's right now in 709.7 in the policy, it should be what's in number 5 of the ordinance, and that would be not just at the first regularly scheduled public meeting that council would receive notice of an exigent circumstances situation, but it would be by that time. In other words, most likely it would be much sooner. In response to Councilmember McDonald's point about that, number 5 does say prior to the acquisition or use. So it's both, and that kind of tracks to what's in 709.7. I think it's designed to say sort of any way that the Petaluma Police Department would provide, would obtain and have access to use of, or be directing a department's use of equipment that is not approved in the AB 481 policy, that they'd be responsible for bringing that to the council's attention. So I think substituting in 5 to 709.7, there's the issue of adding race and ethnicity, I think, information to the annual report in terms of use of force, in terms of the subjects of the use. I thought the council members were saying that the annual report that's addressed in number 3, or rather the community meeting should be a Brown Act meeting. That's in, let's see, that's number 2 really in section 3 of the ordinance. To Councilmember Barnacle's point, and I'm not sure this is sufficient, but the findings do address cost effectiveness. If we look at those in the ordinance, and let me flip back there. These are the findings that have to be made anytime the ordinance is renewed. Let me find which one. It's number 3. It's the third finding. It's at the top of page 3. Purchasing and maintaining an inventory, the equipment identified in the policy is reasonably cost effective to compare to available alternatives that can achieve the same objective of officer and civilian safety. So it doesn't necessarily go to other programs, but it does require a cost effectiveness analysis in the finding. So I think that requires in the report, in support of the findings, that it address whether there are potentially more cost effective alternatives. And what am I leaving out, Peggy? Is there anything in your notes? Councilmember King, did you have?
Yeah, I had one other about adding data to the chart. That was, excuse me, it was a little more updated to provide more
on
research.
the rotating purchases of
Yes.
ordnance.
Well, the details that are not in there currently.
Right. And that the chief, I think, acknowledged that, you could read the report that way, for sure.
Clarifying dates of purchase is what
Right.
I have.
Right.
Yes, and City Attorney Danley, the amendments that you just summarized are the same notes that I have.
And for point of clarification, Chief Savano, when you're talking about suggesting reports being 6 months or quarterly, that's just informational reports, or is those reports where then decisions could then be made to make changes?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm suggesting that the process that City Attorney Danley was summarizing that is prescribed in the legislation, it prescribes minimally annually. I'm offering that we could go through that same process quarterly or biannually until the council found sufficient detail and confidence in the level of information to make those findings going forward.
I appreciate that. I'm just wondering, since and I'm grateful that we use this equipment very seldomly, there may be actually no data during a quarterly report.
Also, under the statute, it wouldn't be necessary to renew it that often. It would still be active. So I'm not sure about the purpose. And another thing I might offer is, clearly one of the most significant occurrences would be some kind of exigent circumstance use of AB 481 equipment. And if we address that with notice no later than the next regular council meeting, and has been practiced much earlier.
Yeah.
So maybe that's enough. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not certain either. I just, I don't want staff going through a lot of work to put zero. I mean, we don't want to just do this just to do it.
If I may, Madam Mayor, what I was referring to was that the report could provide more detail than currently exists based on the feedback that you've provided tonight. And so it would actually, it may still say zero, but we could talk about fiscal impacts. We could talk about quantities of, equipment and what's in inventory. So it could be productive to address the concerns raised tonight.
I thank you for that clarification. That does make more sense. Okay, so how are we going? I'm assuming a motion would be coming, and so I am asking how would that motion be crafted, city manager, city attorney?
It would be let's see, introducing the ordinance and directing revision of the policy in accordance with that direction. I'm just looking to see if there's anything actually that would change in the ordinance, and I think it's only that one, the word by in number 5 in section 3, which is good because we need it has to be absolutely clear what ordinance the council is introducing.
Okay, that's one change. I also heard a change in 709.7, adding race and ethnicity. into the information provided for use of the equipment?
I think is that in 709.8, the annual report?
You know,
Eight.
it's 8. I took down 7, so it's my
That's
mistake.
okay. Well, that's okay. You've helpfully corrected me once tonight, which I appreciate.
And then I
So-
also may have taken this number down wrong too. 709.6, coordinating with other other jurisdictions in Petaluma would be under PPD Unified Command.
Yes,
Okay, and then also that the meetings should be under Brown Act standards.
yes.
Okay.
Let me, is that-
And then
but that's actually, you know what? That's a good point, because I think, because Marie, you said that's in the ordinance, right? I believe that's right. I was just looking to see if it's in the policy, and I don't think it is. So let me make sure we capture that. So I think,
it just says a well-publicized and conveniently located community engagement meeting.
which does not trigger the Brown Act,
Yeah,
although it
that is not
describes it.
the
So maybe after the word meeting, held in accordance with the Brown Act requirements for city council meetings.
Yes, that was my intent in suggesting this.
So that's another change to the ordinance. Thank you.
Eric, there was a comment from Councilmember McDonald that asked for adding the word use in 709.1.
Yes, yes. Which I completely agree with. Also, it's in the subtitle and the heading of each page. Use is in there, so. Thanks, Peggy.
So should I give this a run?
I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand up. Go ahead and speak, council member.
So the word use would go in after acquisition in 709.1.
Did you want to say something, Councilmember Barnacle?
I was going to make a motion.
Okay, wait, don't do that so fast. Councilmember McDonald has his hand up.
Thank you. I just need probably another point of clarification. So in this exigent circumstances, the acquire that refers to PPD purchasing something, and I'm wondering if the chief could provide us just a general thought of you would purchase during an exigent condition. You know, what kind of emergency purchase in this time of long deliveries would you get to the scene of the in a hurry? Why is purchasing equipment that council hasn't considered, a military equipment that council hasn't considered?
I think the intent of the legislature is exactly the way that you are expressing your question, is that when there is time and we have the opportunity, that we come to the governing body for approval. I think that the acquisition of equipment that hasn't been previously authorized, specifically with respect to exigent circumstances, is for that rapidly evolving emergency situation that requires immediate action. And so I cannot think of a situation other than a prolonged emergency, which we will all be involved in, where we have to somehow purchase equipment to be delivered and deployed. And I don't even want to wrap my head around those situations. So I understand your concern. Anything that we have the ability to seek approval prior to, we will. I'm not going to just simply wait and buy something and then call it an exigent circumstance and come ask for your permission. We will plan that and come to you in advance. It doesn't have to be at the regularly scheduled interval. If something comes up, we will have this discussion about a new item or a different item, and we'll do it in a public setting.
Also, I would add, in case it's helpful, that the draft policy in 709.7 said acquires, borrows, or uses. And I think acquisition is meant to include any kind of availability in
Yeah,
whatever
obtained.
form.
Right. I understand the nature of that acquires in terms of borrowing and using its blanket, but I just can't see how a purchase could be delivered during an extreme event. But like the chief says, it's an extreme event.
Like Kim says, is that would only even conceivably happen in some kind of a longer term event, like say a wildfire response that's coupled with some kind of extreme police event, which having said that, I sort of regret saying it.
Okay, Vice Mayor?
I'm still a little obsessed with the 709.7. I think Eric last suggested going back to the language of the next, no later than the next city council meeting. Eric, is that what we're on?
Yes, what I suggest is that we say, instead of at, we say by, or if you prefer no later than, it means the same.
I'm concerned that if this emergency, this exigent circumstance occurs on August 3rd, that could be 6 weeks before we have a meeting. And so I really like to change that to something like within 7 days following the commencement, or even prior to the use, if possible, if we need to be that specific.
Well,
No?
it's in the nature of if it's possible to get approval before the use, it's not an exigent circumstance.
Okay.
But how about, and I'm not trying to bargain or negotiate, but just to follow through on your suggestion, how about if we said, as soon as practicable and no later than? And no later than the first regularly scheduled public meeting followed the equipment's acquisition or use.
That could be 6 weeks. I don't
You're
like
saying
that.
as soon as practicable,
But-
We can, I mean, the police chief said that we can put that into, that you would get that within 24 hours in almost all circumstances.
Okay.
And it happens so rarely. It feels like we're, I mean, my motion was gonna say 48 hours. So I think you'll be okay with that one.
Okay.
Or Vice Mayor.
Well, I think it's even stricter to say as soon as practicable and no later than, because I think that will mean as soon as practicable, usually
Okay.
within 24 hours or 12, really.
And we've
Right.
actually
Typically
convened
do that.
emergency council meetings.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Can I give it a run?
yeah, let me just see if there's anybody else. Mike Healy has a question or a comment.
So I think this is moving the right way. So if we just say as soon as practicable or within 48 hours and just delete the language about the next regularly scheduled council meeting, which, as the vice mayor indicated, could be, 5 weeks away in some times of the year. Thank you.
It's good. It's good. I'm still concerned about the drones. I really have to say, the use of the information taken from the drones, I just would like to have that subject to local review and policy. I mean, real policy direction.
Well, it would be. Ken, are you able to address how that kind of information?
I want to be clear to the mayor's question, Madam Mayor. Are you talking about if an outside agency is using a drone and their recordings, or?
No, us.
Us.
Our drone, what we do with that, I think I made the statement early on when I first asked the question, is that I'm concerned about what we do with that video and audio recording, how we use it in the future, and it's just.
I understand. I understand.
I don't know how I feel comfortable with that.
I understand your concern. Let me offer this, Madam Mayor. Obviously, if we get approval tonight, we would still be bringing forth a council action item for the actual purchase. So we could bring forward the policy for further review and bring that policy to a level that satisfies some of your concerns. prior to authorizing the procurement.
Okay, so in voting for this item today, we are not precluding setting standards for the purchase of drones by the Petaluma Police Department going forward.
That's correct. We will not proceed until we have a policy that we are all comfortable with.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. That works for me. Okay, so now I think Councilmember Barnacle.
All right. So I'll make a motion to approve the ordinance and amend the policy, specifically adding the word use to the purpose, adding that the Petaluma Police Department will provide unified command into section 709.6, adding in 709.7, adding as soon as practical, but no later than 48 hours after the event, and striking the language about the next city council meeting. In 709.8, annual report, we will add a bullet number 7. It talks about that says a report on the race and ethnicity of subjects. Add a number 8 bullet that is a comprehensive discussion of opportunity costs, including investments in additional enforcement, community services, mental health, and other safety and community well-being investments. In 709.9, we are going to add that it will be a Brown Act meeting. And somewhere in there, I'm not sure exactly where, I want to get Councilmember King's point about the date of purchases in the inventory charts. I'm not sure which that would be in. That would be my motion.
Thank you. Thank you. Who seconded it? Okay, Vice Mayor Posake seconded it. And I will let our city attorney digest that and decide if that's sufficient for going forward tonight.
I think so. The one thing, a couple things I'd like to confirm, Councilmember Barnacle, did your direction include not only those edits, which I think are really to section number 5 of section 3 in the ordinance, but plugging that into 709.7?
Yes, it did.
Thank you. And I got your note about 709.9, the community engagement meeting being subject to the council's Brown Act meeting requirements. I think the same thing needs to go into number 2 in section 3 of the ordinance.
Yep.
Thank you. So I think that's pretty clear, and we've got.
Okay, well, thank you. This was a good event or a good effort. So now I will ask our city clerk.
Mayor Barrett, before you do that, the chief also offered to bring it back quarterly until we're all comfortable with this list as we update it in the inventory that is Councilmember King wanted to add.
So do you want to ask the maker of the
I'm
motion?
going to ask the maker of motion if he would include that as well.
Quarterly? We're going to get an update on this quarterly?
Until we get to the point where we're all comfortable that we have the information we need.
Or at least a
Sure.
majority of it.
Quarterly for no longer than 1 year.
Yes. Okay, so is the seconder, are you comfortable with that as well? Okay, so there's been an amendment to that by Fisher, and the maker and the seconder are happy with that. So now maybe take a roll call vote. Okay, so city clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Posick.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. And thanks for working so hard and making that happen. And with that, our meeting is adjourned at 11:24. So, good evening.